started. So I declare the May Ordinary Council meeting open at 4 p.m. Welcome to all councillors. We have all councillors here present today, CEO and staff, members of the gallery, welcome, and of course our online viewers, which I'm sure we've got a few following online this afternoon. Disclaimer, members of the public are advised that recommendations to council contained within this agenda can be subject to change. Applicants and other interested parties should refrain from taking any action until written advice is received confirming council's decision with respect to any particular issue. Any statement or insinuation of approval regarding any planning or development application made during an ordinary council meeting is not to be taken as notice of approval. Anyone who has an application lodged with the Shire must obtain and should only rely on written confirmation of the outcome of the application and any conditions attached to the decision made by council. Council members and the community are reminded that should an exemption resolution be passed, this has the effect of making the decision to accept the officer recommendation stated in the agenda as the council's decision without change. An audio and visual record will be made by means of live streaming of these proceedings and uploaded to the Shire's YouTube page for viewing. Acknowledgement of country. The Shire of Harvey acknowledges the traditional custodians of the land and their continuing connection to the land, waters and community. We pay our respects to all members of the Aboriginal communities, their cultures and to elders past, present and emerging. Procedural motion, I put forward that Council suspend Standing Orders Part 8, Clause 8.5, members to indicate their intention to speak and to rise when speaking, to allow members to remain seated when speaking to improve the quality of the audio recording of the meeting. I move that. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Holly. Let's put that one to the vote. All those in favour? Carried 9-0. Thank you, councillors. Record of apologies and leave of absence. I have nil apologies. All councillors are in attendance and there is no leave of absence. Applications for leave of absence. Councillor McCarthy has requested a leave of absence from Friday the 19th of June 2026 to Sunday the 5th of July 2026 inclusive. Do I have a mover for that, please? Councillor Bromham, seconded Councillor Coleman. Any debate over that one, councillors? We'll put that one to the vote. All those in favour? Carried 9-0. Enjoy your break, Councillor McCarthy. We'll move on to declarations of members and officers' personal interest. There are a number of them up on the screen. Are there any more from councillors and or staff in relation to today's agenda? Councillor McCarthy.
I'm also on the Audit Risk and Improvement Committee like Councillor Dickinson is. Sorry, thank you.
We've got that one.
I have an interest.
CEO?
I have a financial interest in item 17.1 in relation to my resignation and also my financial entitlement. So I'll leave the chamber during discussions. Thank you.
Noted. Thank you, CEO. Are there any others? Alrighty, thank you. Item 6, response to previous questions taken on notice. We have a question that was asked by Miss India Stone that was read by myself at the April 2026 Ordinary Council meeting, and that response will form part of the minutes and a response will be emailed out to Miss Stone. All right, we'll now move on to public question time. And councillors, we have a number of questions that have been sent in. And we'll work through those, of course. I have noted here that some residents have asked that I actually read out their questions. And I note that some are actually here in the chamber. So I will invite those that are here in the chamber to ask their questions. I'll call them up. A reminder that when you please come up to state your name and just the suburb that you live in. Each member of the public is entitled to ask up to 2 questions before I will invite other members of the public to ask their questions. You have 2 minutes to submit your questions, which will include the short preamble. We've allocated a minimum councillors of 15 minutes for public question time. Should there be an extension, I will ask for a resolution of council to extend the allocated time for public questions. So we'll move through those, councillors, and the first one I have is from Leanne Peterson. Leanne, are you in the chamber? I can't see her. Okay, so I'll read this one out. With Appendix F listing consultation costs totalling $15,762.28 for printing, postage, venue hire, catering, display stands and survey materials, can clarification please be provided as to why there is no allocation shown for consultant fees, councillor and staff time associated with public meetings, radio interviews, preparation and consolidation of questions and correspondence, community engagement activities and mail outs. The second part of that question is it was also stated that Dale Putland was engaged specifically for the City Status project. However, there does not appear to be any reference to these associated costs within the published consultation expenditure. For transparency, the community should be provided with the full cost of the City Status consultation process. So through the CEO, I will take that to Mr Putland. Thank you.
Okay, so the budgetary costs included in the report identify the additional costs incurred by the Shire in the delivery of the community engagement that specifically relate to the proposed city status. No consultants were engaged by the Shire and all work was completed by Shire staff. Councillors attended meetings during their own time and their time was unpaid, and I must add that was also the case for the senior staff. Staff contributed to public meetings, radio interviews, preparation and consolidation of questions and correspondence, community engagement activities and mail-outs within the scope of their existing duties. And all staff who were involved in the city status consultation, including myself, who is currently an employee of the Shire and not a consultant, were also engaged in a variety of other duties and projects. Ours were not specifically tracked for city status activities, as other staff were also undertaking other activities. There were no additional staff costs incurred during the city status time that were not referred to in the report.
Thank you, Mr Putland. Second question from Leanne Peterson. From the April 2026 monthly financial statements, ordinary revenue 50.4 million, actual versus 47.8 million budget. Ordinary expenditure approximately 60.8 million, actual versus 45.4 million budget. Capital revenue 49.8 million, actual versus 8.4 million budget. Capital expenditure 58.1 million, actual versus 7.6 million budget. Given these are not minor deviations but multi-100% variations, particularly in capital activity, can Council explain, one, were the original budgets unrealistically conservative, or is there evidence of poor budget phasing and forecasting? Two, the reported end of profit surplus 18.5 million. How is this possible when operating expenditure exceeds operating venue? Mr Winter, thank you.
Thank you, Madam President. It seems that the figures have been read incorrectly. The April 26 monthly financial report includes the higher figures for revenue and, the larger figures shown represent the adopted full year budget estimates, while the lower figures represent the actuals year-to-date resulted from the April financials. I think Ms Peterson has read them incorrectly, where she has read the actuals as being higher than the budget. As it is, the financials are tracking correct and as per budget. I won't go on with that, the rest of that question, but I will go down to the surplus position, Madam President. The surplus is calculated, and this is the 31st of March surplus that she refers to, not the surplus in this report. was calculated at opening surplus 1st of July 2025 as 3.38 million, plus the operating revenue of 47.81 million, less operating expense of 45.45 million, plus the capital revenue of 8.4 million, less capital expenditure of 7.59 million, and plus non-cash expenditure, which is primarily the depreciation being added back in, and that gives us the correct surplus position, and the financials are true and correct.
Thank you, Mr Winter. Belinda Williams, you have 2 questions. Would you like to come forward and ask those? Welcome, thank you.
Now it is? Okay, thank you. Belinda Williams, Australind. I have 2 questions. So the first one is, the Shire informed us that the major advantage of becoming a city is to get a seat at the table and for funding for major projects. Last week, the City of Bunbury, City of Busselton, Shire of Augusta Margaret River and Shire of Capel called for expressions of interest for panel members for the South West Joint Design Review Panel. To quote them, "This is an opportunity for experienced professionals in architecture, urban design, landscape architecture, heritage, sustainability and environmental design, town planning and arts and culture, to join a pool of design review members and to help shape quality outcomes across the region. This panel provides independent design advice on selected development applications at the discretion of each participating local government. Can you please explain why the Shire of Harvey is not a partner in this initiative when they are the gateway to the South West region?"
Thank you, Ms Williams. I'll take that one through to Mr Hughes. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam President, through you, and thank you, Ms Williams, for your question. The South West Design Review Panel is a technical advisory body established by participating local governments to provide early design guidance to developers on proposed developments. The Shire of Harvey has been a contributing member of this initiative. With respect to the current expression of interest process for panel membership, the Shire of Harvey is not participating in the administration or recruitment of prospective panel members. It is acknowledged that the Shire was not referenced in the associated advertisements. This observation has been noted and will be taken into consideration for future promotions and communications relating to the Design Review Panel. Notwithstanding this, the Shire of Harvey and applicants seeking development approval within the Shire may continue to access and utilise the services of the South West Design Review Panel.
Thank you, Ms Williams. Your second question, thank you.
Absolutely. Can I just confirm, so that means that the Shire is participating in that panel? Just not the administration?
Just not the administration of the expression of interest.
Okay, thank you. So my second question is, the Sport and Recreation Advisory Group minutes have been made available online. Notably, there's a significant number of major sporting clubs not participating as members of that group. The LLC court expansion project was not discussed in the most recent meeting, and both Australian Basketball Association and Leschenault Netball Association, major stakeholders of the projects, were not in attendance. Can you please provide an update on the LLC court expansion project and advise how you're prioritising funding for sporting infrastructure projects if you're not using an accessible, inclusive, community-led approach where everyone can attend? If an asset management plan for community infrastructure is available, will that be available to the public, especially for funding opportunities where co-contribution is required?
Thank you. I'll put that one through to Ms Hazelhurst. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks for your question, Belinda. So Shire staff have actually attended meetings with the Australian Basketball Association and the Leschenault Netball Association as key stakeholders of the court expansion project to identify what their priorities are as we review the design to rescope and make sure that we actually can deliver what's needed by the community. We are aiming to still provide a high quality outcome that meets the expectations of our key stakeholders. The project's scheduled to commence construction in late 2026. In regards to asset management planning, that's a process that's currently underway. A comprehensive asset management framework has been developed, which will prioritise capital expenditure based on asset conditions, safety, compliance requirements, future risk, service demand, community need, and long-term financial sustainability. So that framework will inform the asset management plans that are developed, which will in turn inform the budget and the long-term financial plan, which are both made public available. The asset management plans are internal operational documents that continue to evolve as we refine data and condition reports. It's fair to say, though, that the existing strategies that exist that have been adopted by Council and community stakeholder feedback is considered as part of the process of developing those asset management plans.
Thank you, Ms Hazelhurst. Next question is from Ms Amanda Lovett, who I know is in Darwin today, so I will read out her question. By the 31st of December 2025, all council members elected between the 1st of July and 31st of December 2025 must have completed mandatory training and submitted a declaration of completion within 1 month of that date. The Model Code of Conduct for Councillors was adopted at the Ordinary Council meeting on the 24th of March 2026 by this Council. A meeting of the Behavioural Complaints Committee of Council was held on the 14th of April 2026 and ran for 1 hour and 45 minutes. A special meeting of Council to deal with the same complaints was then called for the 12th of May 2026 and that was cancelled. Today's agenda in preparation for the OCM meeting of Council contains further recommendations to adopt a new version of the Model Code of Conduct. First question, what are the differences between the two Model Code of Conduct for Councillor documents that require this to come to Council twice in March and May 2026? And the second question, what is the expected date for an outcome of the original complaints? Through to Ms Williams, thank you.
Thank you, and through the Shire President. So the main difference in the Model Code of Conduct was provisions relating to the process for managing behavioural complaints and the authorisation of the Behavioural Complaints Committee, and that was within Clause 14B. So following the adoption of the code, the local government received advice from the Office of the Inspector regarding the finalisation of a number of behavioural complaints with the Shire. The Shire sought further guidance from the Inspector regarding the determination of the current complaints and a way forward, but there was some ambiguity between the interpretation of the new provisions, and the Inspector subsequently recommended to obtain independent legal advice in relation to the provisions of 14B. So we've received that legal advice now, and we've clarified the process and authority arrangements for the Behavioural Complaints Committee and the requirement for an independent assessor to continue dealing with the complaints. A further report's presented today, both in terms of the framework and the behavioural complaints policy, that will ensure that it's aligned with both the legal advice and the legislative requirements. In terms of the outcome, that's subject to the Council's resolution today, and at this stage I can't provide a definitive time frame until the determination of those reports today, but I would suggest that the Behavioural Complaints Committee will meet as soon as possible after decision of Council.
Thank you, Ms Williams. Mrs Ferguson, not here today. I'll read out her question. In response to my questions about payments to the Glen Flood Group, the following is recorded in the minutes of March 2026 Council meeting in relation to the payments for temporary personnel support for the Shire managerial position, which the CEO informed me is the asset management position or asset coordinator. A permanent appointment has since been made with the Shire's new asset coordinator commencing on Monday the 16th of March 2026. A handover period is currently underway and the contract arrangement will conclude at the end of March 2026. Further payments will be made through to the end of April 2026 to cover the current contracted position, providing asset management support. In the current payments list, there are 3 more payments for temporary personnel support for the Shire managerial position or asset management position. One for $13,656, doesn't specify the period the payment is for and may be covered by the above explanation. The following 2 payments are for the period 30th of March 2026 to the 26th of April 2026 and appear to represent an annual salary of nearly $300,000. CP 47.58, which is temporary personnel support for the Shire managerial position, and CP 50.34, temporary personnel support for asset management position for the period 13th of the 4th 26 to the 26th of the 4th 26 of $11,891. As the asset management position was taken up by a new appointee on the 16th of March and the handover period ended at the end of March 2026. Question 1, what were these two payments for and why were they necessary? 2, will you please explain how support for a managerial position for 4 weeks can cost nearly $23,000 or the equivalent of nearly $300,000 annually? Thank you. I'll take that through to Mr Yardley. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair President. The temporary personnel support referenced in the payment list relates to a specialist in asset management. He provided support to us during a transition to move towards asset management. As stated, the asset coordinator commenced on the 16th of March. An initial transition and handover was undertaken. At that time, it was anticipated that the temporary support arrangement would conclude shortly thereafter. However, during the period, the Shire experienced a further vacancy within the asset management team, together with a significant volume of critical asset management and long-term financial planning work already underway. Accordingly, the temporary support position was extended for a limited period pardon me, to maintain continuity of several important projects, organisational priorities while recruitment progressed. The support provided during this period has assisted the Shire to progress a range of strategic infrastructure and asset planning initiatives, including development of the Shire's first draft LLC asset management plan, integration of approximately 30 building condition assessments into future renewal planning, development of bridge and structure asset management documentation, progression of long-term asset renewal forecasting. Asset management is a specialised area. It involves life cycle analysis, condition assessment, renewal forecasting and long-term financial modelling. The work assists the Shire and Council to better plan for future maintenance, renewal and replacement of community infrastructures. The arrangement also provided continuity through retaining specialist support already familiar with the Shire's asset base, operational systems, asset registers, reporting requirements and internal formats and templates. This reduced onboarding time, assisted continuity of work already underway and enabled multiple priority asset management projects to continue progressing during the transition period. The payments relate to a short-term specialist engagement, providing high-level technical asset management capability across multiple projects and organisational priorities, and are not directly comparable to the salary of a permanent employee. Recruitment activity to further strengthen the asset management area is continuing. The current temporary specialist support arrangement will conclude on the 19th of June 2026.
Thank you, Mr Yardley. Councillors, I wish to move a motion to extend public question time for a further 15 minutes. Got a second, Councillor Coleman. Put that one to the vote. All those in favour? Carried 9-0. Thank you, councillors. Shane Brinkworth. Are you here, Shane? No. I will read out their question. I anticipate Council will attempt to dismiss the recent 69.5% no vote to city status by claiming a public poll is merely a non-binding consultation tool rather than a statutory election. However, this logic exposes an undeniable ethical standard and a misuse of public funds. This Council willingly accepts the verdict of active voters to put yourself into office, but actively invents a fictional silent majority out of non-responders to wipe out a clear 69.5% majority when the community rejects your agenda. If community feedback is only considered valid when it agrees with Council's predetermined outcome, then the ratepayer money spent on this consultation program was completely wasted. I think from everything previously written, it is no doubt I strongly oppose the city status proposal. Question 1. Why does Council leadership accept the expressed will of active voters when it grants political authority, yet seeks to reinterpret or discount the expressed will of active voters when they reject the city status proposal? And 2, if this Council maintains that a 69.5% negative response from active consultation participants is statistically insufficient to halt the city status proposal, What exact threshold of active public rejection does this leadership require to honour its democratic obligation to represent the community? Mr Putland, thank you.
Thank you, through the President. The decision has yet to be made by Council. It will be debated in this chamber tonight, and Council will make a decision, and it will be for each councillor to decide whether the consultation is or how relevant that factor is amongst the other factors that the councillors will have to consider tonight. So it's a little preemptive to ask that question before council have considered the matter and debated and made a decision.
Thank you, Mr Putland. Janice Sanderson, are you here? Okay, Janice lives in Leschenault. I choose to live in Leschenault because it's quiet, friendly and not a city. I do not want to live in a city or be called City of Harvey or pay the exorbitant rates that a city status will undoubtedly bring. I'm a parent and a grandparent and have loved bringing my children up in this beautiful area. I do not want to live in a city or pay for a ridiculous cost city status will bring people. As a single parent of a child with a disability, this will push us out of our home. Can you assure the public there will be no costs passed to them if this goes ahead? And can you assure the public that Australind will stay the beautiful, peaceful village feel it is? Mr Putland.
Thank you, Madam President. As noted in the report on the city status, whether a local government is classified as a city or a town or a shire it alters the status and position of the local government in the local government hierarchy in the state. Based on the experience of other local governments, also noted in the report, who have been classified as a city, it does provide more ability to lobby for improved services for its community. The Shire's population is growing and will continue to grow. Whether or not the Shire remains a Shire or becomes a city will not alter that. It's a function of growth of the Greater Bunbury region, people wanting to move to this area. So a change in classification will not drive, neither will it hinder population growth. It won't change the character of the area or affect residents' lifestyles. However, it may improve or lead to an improvement in the quality of services that the community receives from the state and Commonwealth governments if the additional lobbying power that the city status might bring is effective.
Thank you, Mr Putland. Is Kat O'Neill here? All right. She has two questions. Why are you continuing with the city status when 69% of the constituents voted against going forward with it? And two, how come nearly $60,000 was spent on a survey all councillors ignored anyway? Now, listeners, and councillors, there are a number of questions that come from residents that have a very similar theme to this. So I will read out their names because I'm not going to read out all of their questions. So Kat O'Neill's is questioning the 69% and the amount of $60,000, which I'll get Mr Putland to answer. Also of a similar nature is the question from Mr Keith Stafford. Is he here? Similar question around the percentage. Linda Jubb, are you here? Where's her question? Oh, and Linda Jubb, similar question around the 69% and why is the survey and where's ratepayers being ignored. So I will take those questions because they are all very similar and ask Mr Putland to respond. Thank you.
Thank you. Through the President. Look, the reason that Council are considering this tonight is that Council resolved to investigate city status and that a report was presented back to Council and the report is presented tonight. The cost of the city status consultation was $15,762, not $60,000 as reported in the question. And the other little point is that council are yet to consider this decision. They have not made any resolution to proceed or not to proceed with city status at this point in time.
Thank you, Mr Putland. Vicky Yeoman. Okay, her two questions. As I voted in the last election for council members who I believe would uphold the wishes of ratepayers like myself, why would they seemingly try to override what is clearly significant opposition to the transition to city status, as evidenced in the recent survey? I think we've already provided a response to that one. So I'll go to her second question, which is, why are the council meetings that are open to the electorate, the majority of whom do not live in Harvey town site itself, located in Harvey town site, for example, a 30-kilometre round trip from Australind, and held at a time outside the working hours of most working people, forcing people to pose questions remotely? CEO?
Due to the current utilisation of the Australian Council chambers for office accommodation, all meetings are currently being held at the Harvey Council chambers. The Australian Administration Extension Project, which is currently in this budget, will reinstate the council chambers once that is constructed. And the timing and scheduling of council meetings is a decision of council.
Thank you, CEO. Miss India Stone, I see you in the chamber. You have a question. Please come forward and I shall have a break. Thank you.
Do I have two questions? I do. Yep.
Yes, you do have two
Sorry,
questions.
I wasn't sure if I was going to be here. So it's India Stone. I live in Australind. My first question is relating to the city motion. Will council ensure that all the deputations and public questions that have been sent in relating to this item are included in full as written attachments to the agenda or minutes, rather than being summarised, to ensure an accurate, transparent record of community submissions for the minister's consideration?
That's okay. Mr Putland?
Or was that my husband's? Sorry, have I read the wrong question out?
No. Yep.
Oh, I beg your pardon. Sorry, I couldn't remember which one I had. I don't have a physical copy. Sorry, disregard that. I'll ask my other one. So, given that the Minister for Local Government and the DLGSC may consider the adequacy and outcomes of community consultation when assessing any application for city status, will council ensure that all the public questions, deputations, written submissions and officer responses relating to the proposal are retained and included with any material or consultation summaries provided to the Minister as part of the application process?
Thank you for your question. Mr Putland?
Yes, thank you, through the President. Yes, the Minister and the DLGSC will be provided with all of the documents and information collected during the consultation, including the questions and presentations made to this council meeting.
Thank you. And then my second question, I'd like to refer to the Southwest Country Zone meeting minutes of April 2026, item 9.1, protecting council member and employee privacy advocacy position. This item refers to the Walga State Council agenda item, which recommends Walga advocate to the state government for the removal of publication of physical addresses for elected members and employees via their reporting requirements. For example, when making the declaration of office, I quote, "Public disclosure regimes must strike an appropriate balance between public transparency and personal safety. The inclusion of personal identifying information in publicly accessible documents has become increasingly problematic. As digital publication and internet search capabilities have expanded, material that once had limited circulation can be copied and distributed with ease." It goes on, but since asking questions at council, I have had a stranger come to my door to speak with me after finding my address on an ordinary council meeting YouTube live stream recording. The safety of community members is compromised when requiring them to state their physical address at council meetings and then proceeding to live stream and upload this information to YouTube for the entire world to hear. So has Council considered alternatives that align with Walga and the State Government's position on privacy and confidentiality, such as private verification of addresses, not recording addresses or redacting addresses prior to uploading to YouTube?
Thank you for your question, Ms Williams.
Thank you, and through the Shire President. It's actually good timing in relation to your question. We have some new legislation which will be effective for local governments from the 1st of July, and that's the Privacy and Responsible Information Sharing Act. We are also currently reviewing our local laws, which includes the standing orders, and we've already drafted an amendment in that local law to deal with the removal of addresses. But as we go through the legislation, I think the first part of legislation deals with the collection of information, and then the following year we'll work on the disclosure of information. But our informations team will work on the way that we collect information from our residents as well. So it is topical at the moment and something that the teams in corporate services have already been working on for a number of months. So thank you.
Thank you. Now I am up to Jeremy O'Born. Jeremy, are you here? No. Okay. Will Council ensure that all deputations and public questions relating to this item are included in full as written attachments to the agenda or minutes rather than being summarised to ensure an accurate and transparent record of the community submissions for the Minister's consideration? Ms Williams?
Thank you. So the standing orders do permit the minutes to be taken as a summary of the public questions. However, we noted that we would be recording the public questions in full as well as the responses. In relation to deputations, we actually don't record deputations in the minutes, but they are available on the live stream. So that's not something that we've ever done or is permitted in our standing orders. However, we do write who made a deputation and in relation to which item as well.
Thank you, Ms Williams. Mark Woods. His question is, Council keeping roads, rubbish and keeping rates low the main objective of Council, and why are rates higher than the CPI? I don't think we've made that call yet, but Mr Winter, to you, thank you.
Council aims to provide a level of service and that the public is demanding. As you would note, with the different towns that we have, the number of services are shared between each of those, and it's a big call for such a local government as the Shire of Harvey to provide the amount of services that we currently do. However, through the budget process, roads factor very heavily, probably our biggest area of service that we provide, and so providing safe and well-maintained roads is a big factor in that budget process. The provision of refuse services also is included in there to answer that question. The Shire endeavours to keep rates as low as possible while still providing the level of service demanded. While CPI is a household cost index, it is not a measure of increased costs to local government. Materials, utilities, insurance and many other costs have all increased more than CPI. And construction, major works costs, as everyone would appreciate, have increased significantly beyond CPI.
Thank you, Mr Winter. Mrs Lofthouse, I see you in the chamber. Welcome, and please come forward and ask your two questions. Need to turn the microphone on. Is it no? Yep, that's it. Thank you.
Read the voting on city status. I know Mr Patland will say this has been considered tonight, but these are facts for you to take into consideration. First preference votes from only 3% up to 3.5% of registered electors voted in 6 of the present councillors. Those votes from 3% of ratepayers were considered enough for those councillors to make important decisions on behalf of the community? How can survey responses from 6.6% of electors, that's double the electors that voted in the councillors, be disregarded as not enough?
Through the President, I'm sorry, I think I may have misheard you, but misread. But you're saying that double the number of people that voted for all of the councillors participated in the survey. So that would be around 700 voters for the Shire for all of the council-elect in total?
No, for one councillor that was voted in, times 6. We have 6 councillors that only 3% of ratepayers voted for them, and they're in here to decide tonight. But you disregard when 6.6% of electors fill in forms and surveys, you disregard that 6.6% of electors, and yet you accept when 3% of electors vote in present councillors.
Yeah, look, I will reiterate that council have yet to consider that report vote. However, I just note that there were more than six potential councillors stood for council, and just simple maths, 6 3s are 18. So we started 18%. There was a turnout of about 27% of electors that voted in the last Shire elections. We had a turnout or a response rate of around 6% of registered electors. Only about 4% of registered electors opposed the city status, 1.4%, or sorry, 5% of them opposed, there was about 1% undecided, 4% opposed, and 1.4% supported city status. So it was slightly different, about the similar number of people that voted for one councillor opposed city status. The council will have to consider that tonight based on a number of factors. They're yet to consider it, and I suggest wait for the results of that before making a decision on how council makes it, how council makes its decisions. Sorry about the tongue tie.
Thank you. Did you want to ask your second question?
Yeah, question 2. Recently, only 1.4% of 22,274 registered electors indicated they wish to become a city. How can council justify this city proposal with only 1.4% wanting it?
Mr. Partland.
Through the President, I'll reiterate, council has yet to make a decision. I just do note that when we noted in the report that we do not know what the views of 95% of the population are, or around 90% of the electors in this Shire, who chose not to participate in the survey or make any submission at all. But council will have to make a decision as to whether or not the number of people that participated in the survey and made submissions is sufficient enough to make a decision on.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Lofthouse. Okay, that will end public question time. And as I said, the remaining questions from Mr. Jake Moroney, Chris Sadler, are very similar to previous questions that have been asked, and basically the response to those questions will be the decision is yet to be made by council. So, having said that, are there any further questions from the gallery? Thank you. We will now move on to deputations, presentations and petitions. I have a number of deputations as well that I have agreed to read out on behalf of the community for those members that are not present here this evening. So I will read the deputations in full, however, have reworded some of the wording that has come through from the deputations that I find have been disrespectful to either council, councillors or to the Shire. Before I start, are there any deputations from the floor before I read out? I'll invite. Okay, let's start with Belinda Williams. Thank you. Thank you, Belinda.
Thank you very much. Good evening, Madam President, councillors, Shire staff and community who turned up tonight. My name is Belinda, and as I mentioned earlier, I live in Australind, and also just a special shout out to my boss who gave me 3 hours off this afternoon during a really busy period to come and do this because she knows that it means a lot. I'm an eternal optimist for those of you that know me. My glass is usually half full, and I genuinely believe that every single person in this room wants to do the right thing for the community. As a 1981 baby, I'm a Generation Y or elderly millennial, which is lovely. I'm married, I've got 2 teenagers and an adult daughter. I work full-time, I study part-time. My husband works full-time and runs a small business on his days off. And honestly, I'm tired. My demographic is really tired. We've spent the last 25 years trying to do all the things that women were told we could do. Build careers, raise families, volunteer, study, contribute to community, manage households, be fit and healthy, eat protein, get 10,000 steps a day. You all get it, I'm sure. I'm surrounded by people doing exactly the same thing. It doesn't even feel like a choice anymore with the cost of living and demands on families. The demographic the Shire struggled to engage with is made up of similar hardworking families and individuals who are paying large mortgages or high rents, working FIFO or shift work, volunteering at sporting clubs, running businesses, studying, caring for parents, caring for children with additional needs, dealing with difficult health diagnoses, raising teenagers and babies, and embracing grandchildren. It's a really diverse group. Hearing our demographic described as disengaged and tonight choosing not to participate in the survey is actually really disappointing and frankly disrespectful. It reflects a misunderstanding of the community and highlights a deeper problem on how engagement is being designed and interpreted. This city motion was not raised because community asked for it. It was a thought bubble supported by council for the purpose of debate. We are not disengaged from local government. We are exhausted. I juggle life using the idea of glass balls and plastic balls. The glass balls are things you can't afford to drop, things like your health, your children, your family. And for council, this means your community's safety and well-being. The plastic balls can be picked up later. This motion was never a ball. It was a thought bubble that appeared out of nowhere and has turned into social media clickbait, a workplace distraction and community division. Meanwhile, the real glass balls council should have under control are still dropped or being dropped. Paris Road traffic management, asset management planning including lighting at major sporting infrastructure in your urban hub, and heating at places like Riverlinks Childcare Centre. For the last 7 months, this motion has consumed enormous time, energy and attention across the Shire. Residents are still asking council to focus on practical issues affecting their daily lives. If council wants numbers, I can give you some numbers. This is based on data I can find online. The Shire employs around 260 staff, and based on the budget, an average labour cost of around $45 an hour. Some earn more than that, some earn less. Some are full-time, some are casual. Using a conservative estimate of 1 hour a day over 20 weeks, keeping in mind this motion's been on the table for 7 months, so 20 weeks is very conservative. So 1 hour a day for meetings, discussions, water cooler chat, social media monitoring, and general workplace distraction connected to this motion, that's around 26,000 staff hours. More than 1.17 million in organisational time spent on a thought bubble instead of glass balls that truly matter. This might not be an audited figure, but it highlights a very real question. Has this been the best use of staff capacity, council focus and community goodwill when residents are asking council to prioritise core services and infrastructure? I'm part of the growing 6233 Residents and Ratepayers Association. This group exists because there's a gap between local government and the community. It might have happened regardless of this motion. Probably would have, but it has changed the focus of what we wanted it to be. The group exists because there's a gap between local government and community, not because the community doesn't care, but because many working residents find local government inaccessible, difficult to navigate and unclear about whether their voice genuinely matters, and the 6233 is trying to bridge that gap. The community has not been apathetic about this motion. They participated the way they could. If they could attend a pop-up, they did. If they could complete a survey between work, sport runs, dinner, homework and life, they did. That's exactly what council asked them to do. Some more numbers. And I appreciate Mrs. Lofthouse's approach here. Mine are a little bit different. In the 2025 local government election, it's reported that 6,152 people voted. That represented around 22% of eligible voters. In this city motion consultation, approximately 1,400 survey responses were received, which means about 23% of people motivated enough to vote in the local government election also participated in this consultation without receiving ballot papers in the mail or reply-paid envelopes. Out of those 1,400 responses, about 900 people, 69.5%, said they do not support proceeding with the city motion. It's a very clear result to a simple yes or no question. So let's compare that 900 votes with the local government election numbers. In the 2025 election, first preference votes looked like Councillor Campbell received 1,991 votes, Councillor Morley received 1,040, Councillor Carboni 775, Councillor Dickinson 716, Councillor McCarthy 711. In the 2023 election, first preference votes looked like Councillor Coleman received 1,481, Councillor Hitchcock 687, Councillor Bromham 687, and I checked that, that's not a typo. Councillor Holly 628 and Councillor Carboni 679. So more people voted against proceeding with the city motion than voted to elect most of you to have a seat at this table. Are those community responses less valid? Because from a community engagement perspective, 900 people clearly saying no seems valid. And when you combine that quantitative data with the qualitative feedback, concerns about cost, identity, maintenance, housing, infrastructure and division within the community, the direction from community is actually quite clear. People want council focused on practical outcomes. People are contacting the 6233 Resident and Ratepayers Association about real glass balls being dropped, the lack of heating at childcare centres, the lack of lighting infrastructure for the Australian Soccer Club and pedestrian safety on Paris Road. These are basic service delivery issues. So why does community feel like they have to fight this hard just to be heard on things that directly affect safety, children and everyday quality of life? These are not abstract concerns, these are everyday quality of life issues. I'm not here tonight to criticise staff or attack the consultation report. The Shire chose the engagement process and the scope for consultation. I'm asking council to reflect honestly on the impact this motion has had. How did those consultation pop-ups feel for you? Why has communication become so difficult? Why is trust deteriorating between sections of the community and local government, and why are the towns of the Shire so disconnected? These are really important questions. And having lost our CEO to the City of Busselton, I think council now has an opportunity and a responsibility to reset. You have an opportunity to support stability during a leadership transition, refocus on existing priorities and rebuild trust within the community. You have the data. The community has participated the way that you asked. The community has spoken, and based on that feedback, I ask council not to proceed further with this motion.
Thank you, Ms Williams. All right, thank you very much. Thank you. We have Miss India Stone. Thank you.
So my name is India Stone and I live in Australind. So this deputation is not about whether being a city is good or bad. It's about whether council has actually been given enough information to make a smart and responsible decision for the community. Right now, the city report mostly tells councillors why becoming a city is a good idea, but it does not properly explain the downsides, the long-term costs, or compare other options like staying a shire or waiting until more information is available. The Department of Local Government, Sport and Cultural Industries Integrated Planning Framework states that councillors should be given clear financial information, different options to compare, and evidence showing why one choice is better than another. That's not happened here. The report talks about clear benefits, but never really explains what those benefits are in practical terms for ratepayers, services, or infrastructure. There's also no proper modelling to show what this could cost in the future, or whether the money could be better spent on roads, facilities, or community services instead. Council has handled community feedback differently on contentious issues before. For example, with the Uduck Road plane trees, councillors relied heavily on community survey results and financial information before making a decision that affected fewer than 3,000 residents. With city status, which affects all 32,000 residents, all the Facebook posts from the Shire regarding the city motion stated, your feedback is important and helps shape the future of our community. More than 69% of survey responses oppose the change, but the current motion seems to brush that feedback aside, and that makes the consultation process appear inconsistent. And there's also a bigger issue missing from the report. The local government minister, Hannah Beasley, has recently said that council amalgamations are back on the agenda in WA. Yet this report does not explain whether becoming a city would help or hurt the Shire of Harvey if boundary changes or mergers happen in the future. Councillors are being asked to make a major long-term decision without having the full picture. At the end of the day, the issue is not whether the councillors personally like the idea of city status. The issue is whether they have enough balanced, detailed information to justify making this decision responsibly. This report does not appear to provide that, which is why I am asking council to vote against the motion tonight.
Thanks, Ms Stone. Thank you. Thank you. Do I have, and I see here Mr Earnshaw in the gallery. Thank you and welcome back.
Thank you, Madam President and councillors and Shire staff. My name's Dennis Earnshaw and I'm from Meadow Landing. Welcome all to the residents and members in the gallery. So I'm going to speak about the city status investigation. A little bit of a different tack tonight. You've obviously experienced plenty of expressions of freedom of speech throughout this process and here today. Respectful freedom of speech is one of our fundamental human rights. This freedom started the whole city status investigation, okay? And thank you, Councillor Carboni, and hear me through this, for representing the electors that brought this to you. You did the right thing, you represented them, you brought that to the table. This is the beginning of democracy. Someone has an issue, they go to the council starts representing them, bring it to the table. So then I thank all the councillors, each and every one of you, because you discussed it and realised this needed community consultation, even though there's no requirement under the Act. So thank you for seeing the importance of this matter. I then do thank the CEO for preparing the survey and the survey report and remaining close to budget. And also, thank you, councillors, for your engagement during the period. As mentioned, it's been on your free time, it's been a burden, and it's something that you've done to help the community understand what does that city status mean. So everyone has gone out of their way to help everyone understand what's going on. So this is democracy at its finest. An elector has an issue, the councillor represents that person, the council discuss it, and they go out for community consultation to the electors to say, what should we do? Now it's time to finalise this matter. So we've done everything. We've got the consultation, you've gone to the electors, you've heard some feedback. The officer's report included some bias that was not necessary. It's okay to state the level of engagement. That's fact. What's not appropriate is to imply those who responded did not represent the community. For democracy to work, every voice is equal. Each voice can make one of three choices. We can say yes, we can say no, or we can stay silent. We can abstain. Staying silent and accepting whatever the rest of the community decide. So, as we pointed out, there was roughly 22,000 electors on the roll per the AEC. 2025 elections received 6,100 votes. Okay? Meaning that 16,100 electors abstained. So it's the most important elector engagement event, yet only 6,100 were engaged. Okay? 1,500 roughly, there's 1,400 and something survey respondents. Are these electors less than anyone else? All electors were given the opportunity to respond. Your survey was widespread, your engagement was widespread, everyone had an opportunity. And just like elections, many abstained. 20,700 abstained from making a comment. 1,500 responses is a fantastic result. We can't even fit 100 people in this room. So 1,500 people out of the community is a fantastic result. It's a clear, broad group of people that did respond. Democracy does not need 100% engagement from everyone on every matter. Democracy requires maturity. Maturity to know that we as electors don't need to have an opinion on everything. We as electors can trust those who care about a topic to have the community best interest at heart. We as electors can disagree with each other, but will stand united under a decision that's based on the majority. The survey has a great cross-section of the community, and I really do appreciate those charts that are in there, broken up by the different communities, so you can really see that every single community had the same intensity of don't agree. The survey results does have gold inside it. And I suggest that we keep that survey result and digest it. One of those gold nuggets is identifying that our community, I'll start that again. One of the gold nuggets there is that of being the identity of our community, our branding. We fiercely love and protect it. This is our strength. This is what sets us apart from everyone else. We don't need a city status. We are unique at being the Shire of Harvey with all the communities that we are. So, councillors, I trust you. I trust you to have the courage to uphold democracy. I trust you to represent us, your electors. Tonight, the right decision, the decision that completes the democratic process, and the decision that represents the electors and the community. The right decision is to vote against the officer's addendum, recommendation 1 and 2, and to resolve to keep the status as a Shire and resolve to keep the Shire of Harvey name. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr Inchall. Can I invite Amy Saxton to come forward, please?
It's not that
tall.
Welcome, Amy.
Good afternoon. My name is Amy and I'm the president of the Australian Junior Soccer Club. Firstly, thank you for allowing me the opportunity to be here today to talk about the concerns I have for my club. For the 2026 season, our club has grown to a massive 511 players across 48 teams. We are the largest junior sporting club in the southwest. Our season runs from late April through to the end of September. I'm here today to express both my disappointment and the growing concern of our members regarding the condition of our facilities and the communication between the Shire and our club. As you are all aware, daylight hours are now shortening significantly, with darkness falling around 5:30 and becoming earlier each week. This is why having functioning field lighting is essential for our club and our players. Unfortunately, we don't have the lights working. We were not informed until February that the existing lights were unusable, the same month our registrations opened. Had we been informed earlier, we would have pushed for alternative solutions much sooner. Since then, communication between the Shire and our club has been extremely limited. Each time we requested updates, we were giving very little information. The most recent correspondence we received advised that the situation was incredibly frustrating and that more information would only become available once and if a contractor was appointed. This email was sent in April. Since finding out, we have repeatedly suggested the use of portable lighting towers as a temporary solution. However, we were advised that temporary lighting would not be considered due to concerns regarding cost, lux requirements, insurance, and the absence of budget allocation. However, I do recall that temporary lighting towers were provided for HBL a few years back when they had no lights for their oval. I took the initiative to investigate these requirements independently and found that according to the Football West guidelines that only 50 lux is required for training purposes, not the 100 lux previously referenced to us. So today I would like to ask the Council directly, can the Shire allocate funding for temporary portable lighting until the permanent lights are repaired or replaced? And if so, when could this realistically occur? At present, some of our teams are currently using car headlights. This is clearly unsafe for our players, coaches and families. The grounds themselves are already in poor condition with uneven surfaces, deep holes and vehicle tracks creating hazards, particularly in low lighting conditions. A member has commented that winter training has commenced, yet our children are being expected to train in near darkness, while parents report to using vehicle headlights to provide basic visibility. This is unacceptable. It compromises player safety, places an unreasonable burden on volunteer coaches and the club, and also exposes families to unnecessary risk of injury. This brings me to my second concern, the condition and maintenance of the playing services. We have repeatedly raised concern regarding the holes on several soccer pitches, which are now impacting our ability to safely host games. I have also personally witnessed vehicles driving across the oval, including Shire vehicles. In addition, there are significant dead patches of grass across the grounds. When we raised this issue, we were informed that the sprinklers had been non-operational for several weeks, causing sections of turf to dry out and die. Again, this is extremely disappointing for a facility used by hundreds of local children each week. Overall, my experience working with the Shire this year has unfortunately been very discouraging. The communication has consistently been poor, and at times interactions have left our volunteers feeling unsupported and intimidated. One example involves discussion regarding our annual girls' soccer carnival. After several emails, another female committee member and myself attended a meeting that included a Shire employee and the head of Rugby WA, not just another club level rugby representative. We were not informed beforehand who would be attending, and we both left the meeting feel belittled and intimidated, rather than supported as a community of volunteers trying to provide opportunities for local children. Following that experience, I felt it was necessary to include the manager of Football Southwest in all further communications and meetings. Our club is run by volunteers who dedicate countless hours to providing opportunities for children in our community. A couple of us have had to leave our paying jobs early today to attend this meeting to hopefully get some support and answers. We are not asking for special treatment, we are simply asking for safe facilities, transparent communication and genuine support from our local shire. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Amy, for that, and we will follow those issues up with you, for you. Alrighty, my list just gets longer, team. All right, I have deputations from, which I'll read out, from Amanda Lovett, who can't make it tonight. Yep, I'll get to her, thank you. I respectfully request that the elected members of the Shire of Harvey do not accept the additional 3 recommendations contained in the addendum to item 12.1.1 of today's agenda. I believe that Council is not fully informed by a business case to make this decision. A realistic cost estimate of this change ranges between $610,000 to $1,870,000, according to information available. This includes roadside and facility signage, vehicle decals, uniforms and PPE, stationery, website, marketing, legal, administrative, buildings, facilities and contingency amounts. An accurate reporting of the survey costs should also be included, as the figures contained in the 200-page report do not include consultant and staff costings and are not reflective of the true cost to ratepayers to date. The Code of Conduct includes the following relevant points. 4E, avoid damage to the reputation of the local government. 2A, acting in accordance with the trust placed in council members and committee members. 6A, base decisions on relevant and factually correct information. 6D, be open and accountable to and represent the community in the district. To pursue the city status to requests and meetings with the relevant minister and to vote for the recommendation to rename City of Harvey goes against this code for the following reasons. Recent mentions in satirical online forums have damaged the reputation of this local government. The term laughing stock is routinely attached to the Shire of Harvey because of the city status recommendation. Council is not acting in accordance with the trust placed in them if they pursue this to ministerial level. The trust of 69.5% of respondents who were disagreed or strongly disagreed with the change to city status. The trust of 71% who were opposed to a name change. Council is to base decisions based on relevant and factually correct information. The information includes the percentages already mentioned. It also should include a business case for accurate costings for this change, which at present are not included. The community expects decisions based on that information. Council is to be open and accountable, which includes being accountable to the electors for how much this investigation has cost to date and will cost in the future. A publicly accessible, accurate assessment of costs has not been part of this decision. Council is to represent the community. Those who did not complete the survey still deserve to be represented. Community confidence in the organisation is low and affected the survey response. Council is left with no option but to represent those who did not complete the survey, 69% and 71% of the community responses to the survey. I urge Council to either not vote for recommendations 5 to 7 for this reason, or to leave the matter on the table until a business case is presented with accurate costings of this change that the community will be funding. Ms. Robin Coombs, welcome. Robin, if you'd like to come forward. Thank you. Just need to turn that on.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. President. I'd just like to talk about this city status discussion, of course, and I will be obviously repeating a lot of what's already been said by the ratepayers who are here, who I believe have also spoken extremely well. I'd just like to refer to the timeline of how this has occurred. So on the 18th of October, we had local government elections. So people vote in the local elections in order to support their community and vote on the basis of the information provided. Council is elected on the basis of trust of the ratepayers to work towards the strategic plan, of 2025 to 35. Prior to this election, there was no discussion of changes to the Shire, or as Ms Dixon commented at the Yarloop meeting on the 25th of February, it was not on her radar. On November 25, Mr Carboni decided we needed to be a city. It was disappointing to hear Michelle Campbell say at the Yarloop meeting that Craig Carboni is a definite yes, while the rest of the council have not made up their mind. While I respect his right to vote yes as a ratepayer, as a council member, his decision should be weighted upon the collective of the ratepayers, not his personal view, as should all council members. After all, no council member is of greater importance than any other ratepayer in the Shire. The implication of Ms Campbell's comment is that Mr Carboni had no interest in listening to the ratepayers. In May 26, the most significant change to the region, and the council is slamming it through as if it's a done deal in barely 6 months from the thought bubble to done deal with no regard for the view of the ratepayers. Apparently the voice of 69% of people, that is over 1,000, is not relevant, but Mr Carboni, who received merely 775 votes in the last local election, that is less than 13%, significantly less than the people who have voted no, can voice is more relevant. I do not believe the council is even following the values their own strategic plan. For example, your objective is to deliver proactive and responsible leadership in government, and I don't believe that's taking place by the actions that are being undertaken. Objective 22 is to deliver customer service, centred service, communication and engagement. Again, I don't believe that this has been undertaken in depth with the community. And thirdly, your values stated in that plan include effective communication and cooperation, and I don't agree that that has occurred. I'll just say the council seems to have significant concerns about finances being one of the main reasons as to why we should change, and I would suggest that they look internally as what I, as a consultant, consider inefficiencies and unnecessary expense in the Shire. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms Kearns. I have a deputation from Mr Yeoman. I understand from legislation, community consultation survey is a requirement for planning or policy development where engagement helps to establish community priorities and set strategic direction. These consultation outcomes are then supposed to be reported back to the ratepayer by council as outlined in Harvey Shire Policy 3.1.8, Community Engagement Policy. We will work with you to ensure that your concerns and aspirations are directly reflected in the alternatives developed and provide feedback on how public input influenced the decision. However, this is all well and good, but it appears that Council has a two-tiered community engagement policy when implementing decisions which appear to lack accountability, transparency or reasoning, choosing only to adopt those that fit the Council's hidden and personal agendas of some of its elected representatives. Recommendations that go against these hidden agendas, such as the recent Should Harvey Shire Become a City survey, are manipulated in such a way as to provide a pathway to implementation regardless of the wishes of the ratepayer. The Shire recorded that 63% of respondents to the proposal to maintain the trees in Harvey Town was accepted, whilst the more important issue of Harvey Shire seeking city status was rejected by 69% of the respondents. The council then cited not enough community involvement in order to manipulate the outcome. Could the council explain why they have a two-tiered community engagement policy system, as in this instance the Shire chooses to ignore the wishes of the ratepayer and manipulate the city result under the guise of not enough community involvement in such a way as to provide a pathway to implementation of submission regardless of the community expectations? A deputation from Mrs Ferguson, who cannot make it. She would like to make the following points. 1, it is crystal clear that the information provided by the Shire officers did not convince the great majority of respondents that there is any benefit to the community in making the change to city status. 2, the great majority of respondents, nearly 70%, do not want the change to be made for a variety of reasons. 3, to ignore the opinions and reasons of the majority of those who responded because not enough responses were received is extraordinary and ludicrous. 4, to indulge in community engagement and ignore the opinions and reasons of those who responded is absurd. 5, the addendum states, notwithstanding that there is no requirement for consultation, implying consultation was unnecessary and was undertaken out of the goodness of someone's heart. This does not accord with the following statement in the minutes of the council meeting held on the 25th of November 2025. While the Act does not prescribe any process for community consultation or mandate that this occurs when proposing a change or designation to city status, it is strongly recommended that council resolve to undertake a comprehensive consultation process. There are many reasons people may not have responded apart from lack of interest. For example, some may have been preoccupied with more urgent matters such as how to cope in the current cost of living crisis. Some may have thought it a done deal and have no confidence their views would be listened to. It appears from the officer recommendation that this possibility may be true. Officers have not given any valid reason for disregarding the views of the great majority of the respondents. For these reasons, I believe council should reject the officer's recommendation. Is there anyone else that would like to come forward and give a deputation? Welcome, Ms Peterson. Please come forward. Get you to put on your... Thank you. You should be used to that, Paul.
I lost it. I'm going to go on a slightly different tack because I feel that we need to look at the overview of the world as a whole. First of all, with the city proposal, I haven't seen a business plan outlining the risks, and I'm talking global risks. Global recession that is predicted for the end of this year. It's obviously going to affect whatever happens in the Shire. And the second thing, obviously, is the potential of war that the Department of War in the US is preparing for in the first part of next year, possibly the second part of next year. None of us have a crystal ball, and we don't know if this will happen, but certainly it's on the table right now. Never mind other weird disclosures that are happening as well. So I'm going to just say there's been some fantastic deputations tonight about why this should or should not be, why the Shire should become a city. I think that if council do decide, whether it happens now or in a year's time or much later, if you do decide to go to a city, you must remember why you're going to become a city. It's got nothing to do with sentiment. You have to look at this as a business proposal. As a business proposal, you need a strong business case, which I haven't seen with all the risks. And I think that as a business, you need to say, why are we going to be a city? What is our point of difference? Because really it's a political way to get more finance into the current Shire. And if you go that way, you must say, our point of difference, do we really want to be called the city of Harvey? When I hear that, I kind of think of the kindergartens when they address their teacher going, the city of Harvey. And I really think you need to be pithy and a little bit elegant when you present this and say Harvey City, and our media and our whole promotion and point of difference needs to be assessed from a business point of view. Because the whole idea is to get finance and to be right up there with the decisions. So no matter whether you decide tonight or in a future date about what the Shire of Harvey wants to do,
please remember that you need to look at it more than just sitting as a standard city of Harvey, which is the same as city of Bunbury or Busselton. And just remember to really address this, throw sentiment out of the window, because you're going to do that if you go to a city. And you need to address this as any private business would, any successful private business would, and get your point of difference and make sure that it's rammed in hard. That's all I have to say.
Thank you, Ms Peterson. Do I have anyone else from the gallery for a... Please come forward. Just state your name and your suburb, please, ma'am.
My name's Marie Goulden and I live in Australind. This is probably a repetition, but it's short and it's sweet, it's clear, and my message is clear and loud and to the point. So I'm standing here this evening to address the council item regarding the proposed transition from the Shire of Harvey to city status. I ask the council tonight to reject the push for city status and respect the overwhelming explicit mandate delivered by your own community consultation. Let's look directly at the hard facts. The Shire's community survey received 1,461 responses, and 69.5% of those participants explicitly opposed or strongly opposed this reclassification. On top of that, 71% of respondents completely reject changing our name to the City of Harvey. This raises a deeply serious question about local democracy. Pushing forward to note, receive or advance this report against a near 70% opposition rate signals to ratepayers that their feedback was merely a box-ticking exercise. It tells the community that their voices only matter when they agree with council administration. We also need to look at our community's priorities. Our region is facing pressing practical issues, ranging from urgent infrastructure demands to regional housing gaps. Ratepayers simply do not want local resources, staff time, or rate money diverted into a cosmetic, bureaucratic rebranding exercise. Ultimately, this comes down to who we are. The vast majority of residents chose to live in a shire. We value our unique semi-rural charm, our local identity, and our tight-knit community connection, which an urban city title that doesn't fit who we are. Local government is built on the fundamental principle of representing the community. If nearly 70% of your community tells you no, the only democratic path forward is to listen. I strongly urge Council tonight to vote against any recommendations that advance this city status bid, to table this proposal indefinitely, and to refocus on the urgent, everyday needs of the Harvey Shire residents. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr Gavin Haywood. Mr Gavin Haywood. He's writing to express his opposition to the proposal to rename the Shire of Harvey to the City of Harvey. My main concern is that the proposed name does not accurately represent the broader community and population distribution within the Shire. While Harvey Town is an important part of the region, a significant proportion of residents live outside Harvey itself, particularly in the Australind area and surrounding communities. Australind has experienced substantial population growth over many years and now represents a large share of the Shire's residents. Renaming the local government area solely after Harvey Town risks overlooking the identity and representation of those communities. Many residents may feel disconnected from a title that does not reflect where they live or how the region has evolved. I believe any future naming or status change should better reflect the wider makeup of the district and consider the views of all residents across the Shire, not just one township. I respectfully ask the Council to reconsider this proposal and undertake broader community consultation before proceeding further. Is there anyone else in the gallery? Okay, I have one here from... Oh, Karen, oh, come through. Sorry, Ms Lister, I didn't see your hand go up. Thank you. Welcome.
Okay, thank you. I do not want to waste council time restating the obvious. But in terms of city status, shire status, People made a commitment when they moved to this area, and it had an established identity. And that identity encompasses everybody within the Shire. To assume somehow that the Shire of Harvey does not reflect everybody, including the majority of our ratepayers who clearly live in Australand and in the Leschenault catchment areas. We understand that. But we have put this to a community referendum, and council has received the results. 70% of the people who bothered to put in a comment have clearly indicated to the council, no. And I would respectfully suggest what I usually tell my students when they hear no. What part of no don't you understand? The consonant or the vowel? Thank you.
Thank you. Is Miss Dawn Williams in the chamber? No, she says, I thank you for the opportunity to address you tonight regarding the proposed transition to the Shire of Harvey to city status. I'm speaking up today because I believe a decision of this magnitude, one that fundamentally alters our identity, branding and long-term strategic direction, requires deep, proactive community ownership. Unfortunately, I feel the current level of community involvement has not been sufficient for a change this significant. While the administrative process may follow standard legislative guidelines, a true gauge of community sentiment has been missing. If you look at local social media platforms and community forums, public feedback suggests that that gaining city status is not a popular decision. Many residents feel that the charm, rural heritage and unique identity of the Harvey Shire are being traded away within their genuine input. Without their genuine input. Furthermore, relying on the community to lodge deputations against the idea places an unfair burden on everyday residents. A deputation is a reactive tool used when people feel unheard. It should not be treated as the primary mechanism for the council to discover what its community thinks. Silence or a lack of formal paperwork does not equal consent. I urge the council to pause this decision and initiate a comprehensive independent community consultation process. We need accessible workshops, surveys delivered to every household and town hall meetings across all towns from Yarloop to Australind, held at a variety of times and locations to capture as much of the community views as possible. Please give the community a proactive voice in shaping our collective future rather than deciding it for us. I urge you to consider moving a motion to reclassify as a city until proper and thorough community consultation is undertaken. Thank you for your time. Diane Canali, and I apologise if I've pronounced that incorrectly, states that I'm not in favour of the city status process or name. I don't feel that you have appropriately consulted with residents, and for those who did reply, you are ignoring that over 69% voted against. Furthermore, the name of the city has no bearing on the population centres. Is this just a way to pretend that Harvey is relevant? I am aware that it was settled early as a town site, but is no way reflective of current and future population expectations. Please consider my points in your proposal evaluation. Kylie Williams, I do not support the move to city status. Council are not listening to constituents, and I feel there is an agenda at play that has not been openly explained in a public forum. Carol Sadler, I, for one, strongly object to any recommendation or proposal to change the Shire of Harvey to city status, no matter what you call it. 69.5% of the survey results opposed or strongly opposed, yet the recommendation is to push for city status and to call it City of Harvey. All this despite unequivocal reassurances from Council at the consultation and briefings held. I have a number of other deputations, and I'm conscious of the time in regards to reading, and the message is very similar from the other deputations that I have received. They are from a Brady Leeming, a Shah Richardson, an Angelique Frankson, a Vicky Yeoman, a Peter McGlue, a Shyla Harvey, a Kerry-Ann Morrison, and a Carol Sadler. So very similar, I have read through them, there are very similar messages in the deputation. So councillors, if you're happy, I think we've given the deputations a fair hearing during this meeting, so we will move on with the agenda as it is. Alrighty, let me get on to something. Announcements by presiding members, or the presiding member, that's me of course, and the CEO without discussion. So of course we know, and we have heard formally now that we have the resignation of our CEO, Annie Reardon. So I just wanted to say that Annie has served the Shire of Harvey for 8 years, which has gone very quickly, providing strong and steady leadership through a period of significant growth, transformation and challenges for the Harvey region. Annie has been a tireless advocate for the Harvey region at both state and federal government levels. Through her leadership and strong relationships across government and industry, the Shire has attracted significant election commitments and grant funding for important community infrastructure programs and economic development initiatives. And she also navigated the Shire through the unprecedented challenges of COVID-19 pandemic, and was able to keep the organisation functioning through one of the toughest periods of local government. Annie, you will be greatly missed, and the Shire is very proud to see you take your next step in local government as the CEO of the City of Busselton. In local government terms, this is actually a promotion. She's going from a band 2 to a band 1. So Annie, on behalf of council staff and the community, I would like to sincerely thank you for your outstanding leadership, compassion and unwavering commitment to our Shire, and we wish you all the very best in your new appointment. Thank you. Alrighty, let's get into the agenda. So up to item 10, which is confirmation of minutes. I hope the councillors are still all with me. We have the ordinary council meeting for Tuesday the 28th of April. There's a recommendation there that the minutes of the council meeting held on Tuesday the 28th of April as published be confirmed as a true and correct record. Do I have a mover for that, please? Councillor Morley, thank you. A seconder? Councillor McCarthy, thank you. Any discussion? We'll put that one to the vote. All those in favour? That's carried 9-0. Thank you. We also have receipts of the minutes for the Bushfire Advisory Committee. I think I need a drink of water, which was held on Monday the 18th of May, that the minutes of the Bushfire Advisory Committee meeting as published be received. Do I have a mover? Councillor Coleman, thank you. A seconder? Councillor Bromham. Any discussion? We'll put that to the vote. All those in favour? Carried 9-0. Thank you. Councillors, I'm putting forward a exemption resolution motion, and for those that are unsure of this, and for the benefit of the public gallery and online viewers, it is intended to move several items en bloc, and this basically means councillors have not identified any amendments or alternate motions or declarations of interest or further questions in these particular items. Therefore, there is likely to be no further discussion, and the resolution will be as per the officer's recommendation. So the resolution is recommendation for items 12.1.3, which is the South West Zone meeting minutes April 2026, 12.2.1, Galway Green Irrigation Mainline upgrade, 12.3.1, draft updated LPS endorsement for advertising, 12.4.1, which is the financial statements as at the 30th of April 2026, and item 12.4.2, payments for April 2026. Do I have a mover? Correction, I will actually move that. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Coleman. Any debate on that one, councillors? I'll put that one to the vote. All those in favour? Carried 9-0. Thank you. All right, we shall move now on to item 12.1.1, which is the city status investigation outcome. And just to provide some guidance for those that are in the gallery. Yes, Councillor Bromo.
Can I foreshadow a motion?
When I get to it, I'll get it on the table first, thank you. The process for this item, firstly, we are debating the transition to the city status. So that is the part one of the officer's recommendation. Should that be supported by council, then the second part in relation to the possible name will then be considered by council. Should council not support part one of the resolution of the transition to city status today, then the second part of the resolution will not be considered by council. So just so that people understand what the actual process is. Alrighty, we have we'll deal with officer's recommendation part one. Do I have a mover for that? Councillor Carboni, thank you. And a seconder? Do I have Councillor McCarthy? Thank you. You're foreshadowing in your debate.
Yeah, I'd like to foreshadow a motion
I'll just leave it to when you come to speak to the item, you can foreshadow your alternate then, and we'll then the councillors will be aware. Are you happy with that, Councillor Bromham? Yep. Okay. Thank you. Over to you, Councillor Carboni. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam President. As I said when I first introduced this motion back in November last year, this is probably the most important motion in the 65-year history of the Shire. Since we became a Shire in 1961 when we moved from road boards to become a Shire. And as it was controversial back then, of course it's controversial now, and I appreciate everyone coming tonight to take part in the local government process, and I hope you learn something from it. And I'd take the opportunity also too to thank Mr Putland for his time with all the work over the last few months, and indeed all the rest of the staff and councillors who turned up at the community meetings. It was quite harrowing at times, but that's life in public life. Section 3.7 of the Act says the role of council, and that's us councillors, is to plan strategically for the future of the district and provide strategic direction to the CEO. And this is what this motion is about. It's about setting up this district for the next decades ahead of us, for the rest of this century. And that's what this motion does. And there's been a lot of change since we've become a road board back in 1961. There's been a lot of change in this Shire. Australin, and I remember in my time when Australin was only 400 people, and now it's 17,000 people. Brunswick was primarily a farming town. Now it's more of a transport hub. It has some of the major transport companies in the southwest based out of that town, and Peters is indeed just a transport depot these days, or a milk depot these days. Harvey is transitioning from a farming town to a manufacturing and mining town, with most people working at Worsley and Alcoa, or in a manufacturing or packaging industry with Harvey Fresh or Harvey Beef. We have Kemerton that's a major industrial base in this Shire. It's smack bang in the middle of this Shire. And it was pleasing to hear from the Minister when myself and the Shire President and CEO met with Minister Punch the other day that maybe there's a ray of light there for Albemarle to start back up with a partner. Binningup will have another 1,040 new homes there shortly when the 5/8 subdivision goes ahead shortly. So that's transitioning from what was primarily a little holiday town into what is now going to be quite a large town and no doubt hook up with Australian in time. The second most spoken language is Filipino now, which has changed from when it was Italian. And the Harvey Water Irrigation District, less than 25% of it is now irrigated. So it's been quite a change in the Harvey Shire over the last 65 years. Now, I didn't write the Local Government Act, but the Shire of Harvey now exceeds 30,000 residents and is experiencing rapid coastal urban growth centred around Australind, Binningup and Milup, as you all know. There'll be another 10,000 residents in the next 10 years added to the Shire of Harvey. The district demonstrates, and I've been here all my life, the district demonstrates strong economic capacity, administrative maturity and a cohesive community identity consistent with city status. So we meet and exceed the 20,000 population target for a regional city, and the majority of the population live in an urban area as set out in the Local Government Act. These are the two main criteria. And you have to ask yourself, why is that in the Act? Why is that Act that gets continually reviewed still have in the Act that if you're a town in WA, or a shire in WA, I should say, and you get over 20,000 people and the majority live in a regional area, that you have the eligibility to become city status? Well, this is exactly as what Mr Putnam said at the beginning of the discussions today. It's to elevate you to that next level. It's to get you your foot in the door. It's to put the spotlight on you now, because you're starting to, you're getting a lot of people, there's a lot of industry, and the state and federal governments need to put a lot of focus on you. So it's all about getting funding for the project civic centres and for the maintenance of our degraded 208 buildings that we have in the Shire. So it's about getting the front row seat with state and federal politicians. Now, I'm not saying staff haven't done a good job in the past. They have at getting funding, and we do meet with some ministers. Indeed, the Shire President and CEO, as I've just said, met with Minister Punch last week. But we're viewed as a tack on rural shire to the city of Bunbury. Funding is getting increasingly harder, and the governor's looking to regional partnerships. So we need to be on that equal footing. Funding like the CSRFF is not in place yet. That's the sport and rec funding that we go for. That's not in place. You can't access it at the moment. And the financial assistance grant funding that we get is not based on a formula that takes the amount of towns you've got into consideration. It's the formula is not consistent with the different sizes and populations of the shires. And quite frankly, we're falling behind in this funding that we get from the state and feds. So it's about increasing our stature, our significance and our perception. Now, a couple of weeks ago, myself, the Shire President, Councillor Hitchcock and Councillor McCarthy, I can't remember. Oh, Councillor Brom, sorry, the other one was. The four of us went to the budget luncheon with the Premier, Roger Cook. Now, Roger Cook wants it to be his legacy of his 7 regional cities campaign, and he's put it out. That's his booklet that he put out in Bunbury. He wants his legacy to be the building up of these 7 regional cities. And I quote from his booklet, "While traditional industries like mining, agriculture and tourism will continue to thrive, our regions will be front and centre to my government's vision and becoming a renewable energy powerhouse and making more things here." Well, on the renewables path, we've already approved batteries out at Binningup, out at Wellesley, solar farms at Benja and Binningup. We're already on that path. We're already on that path as a shire. I further quote, "To seize the big job-creating projects in front of us in regional WA, we need the 7 cities to have the economic infrastructure they need and to expand as hubs to provide quality services to the towns within their regions." That's what it's all about, and that's what he wants to do. We have to be one of these 7 regional cities. We need to be the 8th regional city so that we can attract that sort of funding. In the state budget, that day that we were there, and there's the budget breakdown papers for you all to see. City of Bunbury got $89 million. Harvey Shire got $100,000 for an air conditioner for St Anne's Primary School here in Harvey. That's all we got. Apart from a bit of Western Power Water Corp money where we don't even know where it's going, basically we miss out. We miss out because we're just not seen as being relevant. And indeed, Bunbury use our numbers, and there it is in this book for you to see. Population of Bunbury, 84,000. They only have a population of 34,000. They use our numbers to get funding for their city. Is that not wrong? but there it is in their book. So to become a part of these regional cities, and you saw the 7 regional city rollout, there was $600 million put out to these regional cities. $200 million of that was tipped in by the Pilbara iron ore mining companies. How are we expected to get Pilbara iron ore money on our own, sitting here as a rural, viewed as a rural shire of Harvey? We can't get that sort of money. But those 7 regional cities, the Premier has got those Pilbara mining companies to tip in $200 million. That's the sort of funding we need. We need tens of millions of dollars to do the stuff in this shire that needs to be done. Now, amalgamation's been floated, and I've seen on social media, like everyone else, that, you know, do we amalgamate, do we not amalgamate? Does anyone think that in Harvey and Yarloop you're going to be better off if we amalgamate with the city of Bunbury? Does anyone, you know, a rhetorical question obviously, but does anyone think that? I mean, if Australind is viewed as the cash cow for Harvey, it's obviously going to be viewed as the cash cow for Bunbury as well. And then will we even get any representation out of Harvey or out of the Harvey Shire on the City of Bunbury Council? Probably not. So amalgamation, I've raised it here twice before and it's been viewed and it's been thrown out twice out of this council. And if you think the cost to transition just to change the name to the City of Harvey or whatever we call it is going to be costly, imagine the cost to amalgamate when you've got to change the town planning schemes, amalgamate 2 town planning schemes, rationalise vehicles, rationalise staff, rationalise offices, to go through all that process. So amalgamation, to finish off on that, has to be driven by the state government. And maybe through this process that may happen, it may not. So look, transitioning to a city will give a stronger recognition and regional identity. City status strengthens our regional importance, helps market us as a major centre in the southwest, and it's beneficial for attracting professionals, investment and tourism. It gives us increased ability to attract funding. Cities have improved leverage for state and federal funding, major infrastructure grants, community development programs, stronger bargaining position compared with remaining a shire. And support for growth and urban planning. Our area is one of the fastest growing areas in WA. We're growing at twice the rate of the City of Bunbury. So city status helps us manage the large population growth. It helps us with the urban expansion in Australind, Trendale and Binningup and gives us the ability to plan strategically for those areas. And it's better long-term planning tools, infrastructure requirements with our neighbours. And it gives community and business confidence, signals stability and opportunity. It's seen as an upgrade that can attract new business, increased health services, education expansion and private investment. And it gives us an enhanced civic identity. City branding supports tourism, marketing, events and cultural projects and gives us a regional leadership role. So as I've said, we'll exceed Bunbury's population in coming years. We need to be elevated to the same status as the City of Bunbury. So we can say, they get this funding, we should be getting the same, if not more, because our population is going to overtake it. And I've mentioned about Bunbury piggybacking their numbers off the back of us. And I've mentioned this before, City of Bunbury's got 67 square kilometres, we've got 1,700 square kilometres. They've got 1.4 k's of unsealed roads, we've got 450 kilometres of unsealed roads. They've got 324 of sealed roads, we've got 623 kilometres of sealed roads, and obviously they're just one city and we've got 8 towns. So for the ageing infrastructure, the new projects, the better roads we need, the sporting upgrades we need, and we've seen people come here about the LLC, pool upgrades that need upgrading in Harvey and in Australind, and also for the rubbish challenges that we've got ahead, whether it be FOGO or the other sources of rubbish. We've got funding challenges coming up and we need to access that funding. So as a shire, like the Reserve Bank only has one lever to pull with interest rates, the shire only has one lever, us councillors only have one lever we can pull, and that's rates. And that's rates. And we're forced every year now, we're looking at, well, as you've all seen in the recent budget discussion, just how hard it is and how we're going to try and keep the rates down to a minimum, basically where we don't get shot when we walk out in the street. And we've been through the slash and burn process of what we've had to cut out for next year's budget. So we need the funding. So I'm not going to talk too much on the community consultation. Obviously, it was mentioned that we didn't need to go out to that, but I agreed with the original motion that yes, it's quite respectful that we should go out and do that, but it was basically poisoned from the start. Before I even had the motion moved and seconded in council, there was Facebook pages out there spreading misinformation, stirring up angst in the community before we even had a chance to move and second it in council. And indeed, a lot of the deputations tonight come from one of those Facebook pages. Obviously, I'm disappointed as everyone else is in the low voter turnout. So that can be read one of two ways. They're either happy with what we're doing, and indeed many people have said, Craig, we elect you to council, go and do what you have to do. And in my time over this, I haven't had one person since I introduced the council come to me and say, I don't want city states. I've had plenty say that they do, plenty of young families say that they do, because they don't want to pay higher rates. So as I get to the end here, a member of the public asked at the Harvey community meeting, asked Mr Putland, is there any disadvantages to becoming a city? And he said no. He said no in front of everyone there. But that said, I understand a lot of people are concerned about losing their identity and their towns and all that, but that's not going to change. You're still going to live in Harvey, still going to live in Brunswick. I mean, I'm a parochial Brunswick person just as much as anyone else and that. But you've got to face the facts that things have changed and the centre has now moved to Australind. And indeed, our country towns along the railway line are changing as well. So in conclusion, this is about where you want this shire to be positioned going forward into the future. Do you want to be a tack on rural area on the outskirts of Bunbury where they claim Australind as their own, as they have in this document here, and we're the poor cousins, or do you want us to be one of the most vibrant, diverse cities in the world with beautiful beaches, an estuary full of crabs, rural hobby farms, ski dams, fishing, small towns, work opportunities, bushwalks and metropolitan shopping in our built-up areas? So this is not about me. It's indeed not about the council or about the people in this chamber. For me, it's about the 33% or the 10,000 people who couldn't vote because they're under the age of 18 in this shire. And it's the legacy that we're going to leave them. So I urge you to support moving to a city.
Thank you, Councillor Carboni. Councillor McCarthy is the seconder.
First of all, I'd like to thank the Shire staff for undertaking the city status investigation and providing a comprehensive, transparent report for councillors and community members alike. I'd also sincerely like to thank those community members that did respond to the survey. The Shire's revenue comes from rates, fees, charges and grants. The Shire is responsible for local infrastructure and services, including roads, bridges, footpaths, drainage, waste management and some community services, whilst promoting the district's economic, social and environmental sustainability. Council's role is to plan strategically for the district's future, determine the services and facilities to be provided, represent the interests of the electors, ratepayers and residents, and make lawful, evidence-based decisions having regard to the Shire's finances and resources. Therefore, as councillors, we need to make a decision today that is based on the merit and in accordance with the law, which takes into account all of the above. To provide all of this, we need to recognise that our shire is a large shire and more than meets the eligibility criteria of city status for both the regional area but also beyond what a metropolitan city needs. We've also got the population of 31,495 and with 2/3 of that population living in the urban area of Australind. So that we more than meet the criteria of city status. We have approximately 1,000 kilometres of roads and drainage to maintain. We also provide infrastructure and services to an area of 1,735 square metres and try to meet the many expectations of a large but diverse community. The Shire's rates income is only a portion of the money required for the expenditure on the provision of mandatory services without taking into account capital projects that the community requests. We rely on grants to take out taking out loans to be able to provide those projects for the community. The Shire's population is increasing rapidly and is just behind that of the city of Bunbury, which has a smaller area to maintain. We need to apply to become a city so that we have an opportunity for increased funding for our shire to promote the economic, social and environmental sustainability of our district, and also to hold off the increasingly occurring discussions of amalgamation with the City of Bunbury, which I understand was still occurring as recently as last week. For the community city consultation period, with all of the letters mailed out inviting participation for the survey, 7 community consultation drop-in sessions held in locations all throughout the Shire on various days and various times, as well as advertised in so many different visual, audio and electronic formats, I can't see how the Shire could have done more to engage with the community. But with all of this effort, only 1,461 respondents were received. Some councillors, including myself, were also encouraging ratepayers to provide some sort of response to the city survey. The Shire's population of 31,495 includes those under the age of 18 who would not be able to legally provide consent or participate in a survey, and therefore responses were not expected from them. They were expected from the 22,000 odd eligible voters, residents and ratepayers. I note that amongst the 1,461 responses received, there were 47 responses that did not give a name, therefore were not identifiable as either being a resident or a ratepayer, whether they were an extra respondent or whether they were a second or third response from a ratepayer. There were also 51 responses from individuals who were not living in our shire, which all adds doubt to the validity of some of the responses. Both the local government election voting last year and the city status survey were non-mandatory and had participation invitation mail-outs. However, the local government election for the Shire of Harvey returned 27.61% response rate, but the city status survey only returned a 6.6% response rate. This indicates that the same participation invitation mail-out method, and despite the extra community consultation of the city status investigation, there were less eligible voters concerned about potential changes to city status. From the 1,461 survey responses, 445 respondents agreed or were not concerned with the change of the city, while 1,016 respondents disagreed to becoming a city. Only 1,016 respondents out of 22,000 odd people of our community responded that they do not want to become a city. That's 4.59%. If they felt strongly, they would have responded in some way. Survey results must demonstrate rigour and transferability, meaning they are accurate, representative and capable of being generalised to the wider community. Rigour is shown through a credible, dependable and confirmable methodology and data collection. The transparency of the process and results of data collected that was provided in the report provides the credibility, dependability and confirmability, therefore the rigour of the city status survey results. Transferability requires a sufficient sample size to generalise findings to the whole population. A 6.6% response rate is not a mandate. It is far too low to claim the survey represents the whole community or proves that most residents oppose city status. Anecdotally, most residents and ratepayers that I spoke to were treating the survey as a public notice of information that it would occur and either agreed or were not concerned either way. Those that I spoke to whom were unsure of whether the change to city status were doing so due to the few strong voices in the community who were repeatedly posting in social media groups and repeatedly spreading misinformation in an attempt to cause angst in our community. Most people that I spoke to were against amalgamation, as they felt that our current local government area, especially in the non-urban areas, would not be prioritised for any spending of funds from the city. If amalgamation does occur, City of Bunbury would need to ensure that they have council wards to represent discrete populations within their larger city demographics that also included our area, to protect the interest of the communities being amalgamated to the City of Bunbury. We need to become a city to stave off amalgamation and to protect our whole shire, in particular our less urban areas. To provide all of the service that council needs to and that our community expect, we need to recognise that our shire is a large shire, trying to provide infrastructure and services to a large area and to meet the expectations of a large population. We need to change to city status and to maintain our identity and our amenity within our communities that we have now. If we were to not become a city, I feel that as councillors, we would need to ensure we are fiscally conservative by reducing our services to providing only mandatory services that we are obliged to provide by law, and to reduce the large number of discretionary services that we have been providing and that our community expects from the council. Therefore, I vote to apply to the Minister to change the status of the Shire of Harvey to its city status in order to protect our Shire and provide opportunities that will be availed by becoming a city.
Thank you, Councillor McCarthy. Do I have a speaker against? Councillor Coleman.
Thanks, Madam President. I vote against the office's recommendations for the following reasons. According to the officer's report, the Shire undertook wide community consultation, 11,785 mail-outs, 7 drop-in sessions, and information was shared on the Shire website, local newspapers, local radio, and a variety of Shire-wide Facebook pages. An expenditure allocation of $15,000 in the budget was approved. However, this did not take into account staff time in preparing and initiating community engagement, nor attendance at the various drop-in sessions, nor the follow-up reports, so the actual expenditure on this city status is considerably higher than $15,000. So we spend well over $15,000 asking the community for their opinion, then staff choose a recommendation to ignore the majority, even though Shire workers are employed to service the residents and ratepayers with their salaries directly paid for by those residents and ratepayers. As councillors, we are elected to represent the views of the community, and we're not elected to have our own agendas. The officer's report and rhetoric at the drop-in sessions was about a seat at the table and the opportunity to obtain more grant funding. So I thought I'd compare 14 regional shires and 6 regional cities in terms of their grant funding for 4 years prior to the last state election round. This information is publicly available on the My Council website. It showed that out of the 13 regional shires, the Shire of Harvey was the 3rd top to the Shire of Ashburton and the Shire of East Pilbara between 2020 and 2024 in grant funding. Bunbury became a city when the population reached its target due to Bunbury's critical importance as the primary commercial, industrial and port hub for WA's southwest region. However, during that same time of 20 to 24, the Shire of Harvey exceeded the City of Bunbury in grant funding by $5 million. The City of Busselton has been used several times as a comparison. During the period 2012-13 to 2023-24, so nearly 10 years, just after they became a city, their grant funding only rose by $500,000 in that time. Is that an advantage? A seat at any table is built on relationships, born of mutual respect and trust. Who's going to trust a shire that ignores the very people that they are employed or engaged to serve, especially if they've asked them for their opinion and then ignore it? Added to my desktop research, so I could be as well informed as possible, I drove to Perth to meet with Professor David Caddy, the recently retired chair of the WA Planning Commission. He's also the Chief Commissioner of the Naughty Councils at the moment. But Professor Caddy wrote the Bunbury Geograph Sub-Regional Strategy to provide clear direction and guide for the future planning of our region through to 2050. Strategy is the direction and scope of an organisation over the long term, which achieves advantages for an organisation through its configuration of resources within a changing environment to meet the needs of the organisation and, most importantly, fulfil stakeholder expectations. The current regional strategy works because it is symbiotic. Bunbury acts as the high-density regional capital with hosting universities, hospitals and the port, while Harvey acts as the powerhouse of greenfield land, agriculture and heavy industry. Becoming a city forces Harvey into direct competition with the City of Bunbury for regional dominance, duplicating costly, high-order services. Remaining a shire preserves a distinct competitive advantage. It allows Harvey to say that we are the premier lifestyle, industrial and agricultural alternative to a city, capturing residents and businesses that specifically want to escape a dense urban environment. A shire framework is designed to manage a decentralised network of distinct rural towns and coastal villages like Yarloop, Mylap, Rowlands, Brunswick, Binningup and Cookanup, to name a few. City structures usually prioritise a singular, dense urban core which would not reflect the unique heritage and lifestyle needs of our smaller communities. Harvey Shire's primary strength is its high-yield agricultural sector, and our current status reinforces our commitment to protecting these high-value priority agricultural resources from being subsumed by urban sprawl currently typically associated with a city. An immediate transition to city status at this time would be premature, structurally inefficient and financially risky for the Shire of Harvey, in my opinion. City status brings higher expectations for civic infrastructure, high-order public facilities, specialised urban services, including a public transport system. What city do we know does not have a public transport system? Given Harvey's high development costs and scattered population, I believe that forcing city-level service delivery would be unsustainably draining on our ratepayer base. What project are we going to drop so we can install a public transport system? Harvey cannot afford a bureaucratic distraction. Every available resource and planning hour should remain strictly focused on clearing structural constraints and securing our connections to unlock massive economic engines. Harvey holds massive future growth frontiers, including East Treendale and the existing high-growth suburbs like Australind and Kingston. In contrast, the City of Bunbury is highly built out and needs to rely heavily on complex urban infill and CBD development and redevelopment. I believe we need to work towards complementing each other to maximise efficiencies and return on effort. Instead of competing with Bunbury, the City of Bunbury, I believe there are compelling reasons to collaborate more closely with them. Harvey encompasses the Kemerton Strategic Industrial Area, which is a massive regional hub primed for project-ready, heavy and high-tech industrial expansion. Bunbury's industrial zones are primarily focused on servicing commercial areas and localised general industry. We could use each other's strengths to both of our advantages far better than we are. Harvey can create greater alignment of our transport networks with Bunbury to streamline the movement of more heavy freight and basic raw materials from our local extraction sites, and the Kemerton Strategic Industrial Area directly downstream processing and exporting facilities to the Port of Bunbury. The City of Bunbury already functions as the second established major city in WA and houses the major hospitals, universities and commercial port and the public transport system. The Shire of Harvey needs to focus on what we do best, acting as the region's premier provider of greenfield land, lifestyle acreage, heavy industrial space, and let Bunbury handle the high-density urban infill. Finally, I really thank my trainers whilst doing the Diploma of Local Government for their thoroughness. There is little difference between the obligations of a company director and those of an elected member. The Corporations Act states that directors owe a fiduciary duty to shareholders, requiring that director to act in the members' interests to the exclusion of their own, and elected members have the same duties. The Council is seen to be acting reasonably when it applies legislation and policy according to the intent of the law or policy in a non-discriminatory and consistent way. Decisions must be based on evidence and the merits of the case. There is a duty on the Council to ensure that there is evidence upon which any decision is based. A person may challenge where there is no evidence or other material to justify the making of the decision. Whilst members of the community see their opportunity to comment on applications as a democratic right, in fact, community consultation is an exercise in natural justice and procedural fairness. In this instance, there is evidence that our residents and ratepayers do not want city status at this time. As councillors, we cannot and must not ignore the evidence. Strategic decisions must be in the community's interest, provide for the good government of persons within the district, and comply with any statutory requirements. I do not believe that the Shire of Harvey should become a city at this time, and so I vote against this motion.
Thank you, Councillor Coleman. Is there a speaker for? A speaker against? I'll go to Councillor Morley. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam President. I might be a little bit more emotive than most. I hope I don't not perceived that way, but it was interesting today. I had a look at the Council Member Essentials training booklet serving on council, and at page 34 it says, in one part, good governance is equitable and inclusive A community's well-being results from its members feeling their interests have been considered by the council in the decision-making process. Before I go in, firstly, I'd like to acknowledge the extensive work undertaken by officers in preparing the report and conducting the community consultation process. After carefully reviewing the City Status Investigation Report, Community Engagement Report, Community Engagement Appendix and associated consultation outcomes, I am personally firmly opposed to progressing this issue or any other alternative motion proposal any further. I want to make it absolutely clear that I will not support any future motion, amendment, deferral, workshop, review or repackaging of this issue designed to keep this proposal alive, contrary to the clearly expressed wishes of our community. I want to deal with what the actual reality of what is before us. The City Status Investigation Report confirms at pages 6 to 8 that becoming a city does not provide additional statutory powers, does not fundamentally alter the functions of local government and does not change the legal responsibilities of council under the Local Government Act 1995. Importantly, nowhere within the investigation report is there any guaranteed evidence of additional state funding, increased grant allocations, improved statutory authority, reduced rates or automatic improvements to services for our residents. In fact, much of the report, particularly pages 13 to 24, repeatedly centres around branding, perception, strategic positioning and symbolic recognition rather than measurable operational benefit. It is important for us to carefully analyse the claims originally advanced in support of this proposal during the ordinary council meeting of the 25th of November 2025. I took the time to transcribe parts of that meeting and in particular Councillor Carboni's speech for the motion. Councillor Carboni repeatedly framed city status primarily as a pathway to obtain additional funding and financial advantage for the Shire. When listening to Councillor Carboni's speech, references to funding, leverage, investment attraction, bargaining power and economic advantage were made directly or indirectly more than 15 times throughout, and it was interesting to note that tonight there was 23 mentions of that. Yet despite the confidence in those assertions, and I'm sure Councillor Carboni does have confidence in those assertions, neither the subsequent investigation report nor the consultation material provides any definitive evidence guaranteeing that city status would deliver any of those outcomes. In fact, the City Status Investigation Report itself acknowledges at pages 18 to 23 that funding formulas are generally population-based rather than title-based, measurable financial benefits are difficult to quantify, and many claimed advantages are largely based on perception and strategic positioning rather than guaranteed outcomes. This distinction is critically important because the original motion and much of the advocacy surrounding it created a strong impression that becoming a city would somehow unlock funding streams or materially elevate Harvey's economic standing. But in all honesty, the evidence simply does not conclusively support that proposition. I also note the relevance of the Harvey Reporter article dated the 12th of May 2026 regarding the state government's regional investment announcements. That article clearly demonstrates that major state investment is being directed towards strategically designated regional centres such as Bunbury, Albany, Geraldton, Kalgoorlie, Karratha, Port Hedland and Broome, not towards local governments simply because they carry the title city. Importantly, the article specifically states that Harvey and Waroona are set to benefit from overall budget commitments, but have mostly missed out on specific funding for projects at this time. In my view, that statement is extremely significant because it reinforces the reality that state investment follows strategic regional planning, infrastructure priorities and government policy, not branding or local government designation. The article repeatedly positions Bunbury as the dominant southwest regional hub and Harvey as benefiting indirectly through proximity, connectivity and regional growth, particularly through transport, housing and economic spillover. Importantly, nowhere within the article is there any suggestion whatsoever that changing from a shire to a city would materially alter Harvey's funding position or elevate the district into a different state investment category. The state government itself has now made it abundantly clear that investment follows strategy, infrastructure priorities and economic geography, not branding. Funding is based on population, regional development priorities, infrastructure needs, economic significance and specific project proposals. The state's own releases make no mention of funding triggered by status change. That fundamentally undermines one of the key arguments repeatedly advanced in favour of city status. This proposal is, in my opinion, about symbolism, and against that symbolism we now have a truly clear and decisive community response. The Community Engagement Report at page 3 confirms 1,461 community survey responses were received. More than 250 residents attended drop-in sessions, 21 community submissions were received, and approximately 69.5% of respondents opposed progressing to city status. The overall survey infographic at page 5 further confirms that approximately 56% strongly disagreed, approximately 13.5% disagreed, while only 21%, around 21% strongly supported the proposal. In my view, that is not a narrow result, that is not uncertainty, that is not an unclear mandate, that is a decisive rejection. We asked the community for its opinion, the community responded, and the answer was overwhelmingly no. Not perhaps, not come back later, not with more marketing, simply no. In fact, when discussions have been held, it was obvious emphasis would be placed on a number of responses received. However, despite it not being binding to consult the local government advisory board, will consider and generally expects extensive community consultation. Yep, we've done that. Evidence the community understands the proposal. Yep, I'm pretty sure it does. And evidence of meaningful community support. No. Importantly, the legislation does not require a binding referendum, and that is a given, but strong opposition from the community is highly relevant politically and administratively. The City Status Investigation Report confirms at page 4 that the Shire of Harvey technically satisfies the population and urbanisation criteria required for city status. However, while the Act allows Council to progress such a proposal, the legislation does not compel Council to ignore community sentiment. Just because Council legally can proceed does not mean that Council democratically, morally or ethically should proceed against the clearly expressed wishes of the community. The legislation gives Council discretion. It does not remove Council's responsibility to listen. And if Council chooses to continue pursuing this matter despite such overwhelming opposition, then in my view, many residents will quite rightly conclude that the consultation process was never genuinely about listening to the community at all. They, in my opinion, will conclude the outcome was predetermined, the consultation was performative, and I believe they will conclude that some within Council are more interested in pursuing personal agendas and respecting the people they were elected to represent, whether that view is factual or not. With respect, in my view, that is outright arrogance, it's not leadership. I have also heard arguments outside this place.
Order, Madam President.
Okay, yeah, just be careful, Councillor Morley, and timely. I'm keeping an idea on your time, but
Thank you, Madam President. I withdraw that, and I'm keeping an eye on my time as well. I have also heard arguments outside this place suggesting the survey results should somehow be discontinued because the response rate was not high enough. Frankly, I find that argumentative, selective, inconsistent, and deeply problematic. The same people prepared to dismiss more than 1,400 direct community responses are often perfectly willing to accept election outcomes where councillors are elected from an eligible electorate of more than 22,000 electors after receiving only several hundred votes. And I want us all to look at ourselves sitting here as community representatives and reflect on the relevance and legitimacy. If several hundred votes are considered sufficient democratic legitimacy to elect a councillor to represent the entire district, then 1,461 direct survey responses with nearly 70% opposing city status cannot be dismissed as irrelevant. We, the council, cannot have it both ways. We cannot celebrate democratic participation when it elects us, but dismiss democratic participation when it tells us something we do not like or we do not want to hear. I'm nearly finished, Madam President. One recurring message from residents through the appendix report was simple: leave the Harvey Shire as it is. We are already one of the fastest growing regional local governments in Western Australia. We are attracting investment, we are delivering infrastructure, we are growing strongly, and we already have regional influence. Our successes come from strong communities, practical leadership, sound governance, and hard work, not from changing our title. I do not hold an anti-growth position, I am not anti-progress, and I am not anti-future. My position is grounded in evidence, democratic accountability, community sentiment, and respect for the people we are elected to serve. The core issue before us tonight is not whether the Shire technically qualifies to become a city. The real issue is whether there is compelling practical benefit and a genuine community mandate to justify such a significant and symbolic change. Based on this evidence before us, there is not. The construct of this motion, I believe, wrecks any of the trust of the community, and may in fact reinforce some of those views in the community that they don't trust council in the first place, which is really sad for me. I sold myself during the election process on supporting the community, communication and collaboration. For that reason, I oppose this proposal unequivocally tonight, and I will continue to strongly oppose any future attempt to continue advancing this issue in any form against the clearly expressed wishes of our community. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Morley. I note that we've been going for, nearly 2.5 hours, so I'm going to adjourn the meeting for 5 minutes. So if councillors could be back here in 5 minutes, thank you. If we just cease the recording, Adam. members of the gallery. I believe I'm up to a speaker 4. Do I have a speaker 4? Councillor Dickinson, thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I would just like to say initially, thank you to everybody for coming today and for everybody that's been involved in the community surveys and the participation. This has been a really good process to see how much engagement does occur with items that come to council, and it has been a good process to actually attend the consultation sessions and to hear what has been said. Putting that aside, that's only one form of consultation that I believe all councillors have undertaken. I believe all councillors have also undertaken their own research in that whenever we see people, we ask them to please participate in the community survey. I've asked them to consider it, and when they've asked me what's my views, I'm like, no, I will make a decision on the night, which is what I'm going to do tonight. But some of the responses that were put to me as to why they didn't engage, and most of the people that I spoke to didn't actually engage in the process, which I said to them was disappointing. But they didn't want change. That was one of the main reasons. Now, I've grown up in this shire, fortunate that I have, so I have seen it change through my lifetime. Change is inevitable. Some change we can control and some we can't. This item, I believe, by considering it tonight and supporting it, we are able to have some control over the process of what is going to happen to our shire. We are controlling the narrative instead of it being put to us that we have to amalgamate or that the boundaries change. We are showing that we are being proactive in looking to the future. And as councillors, we are continually told in our training, and it was reinforced last week when I was at Wowga training for my diploma, which was why I was not at the briefing session, it was reinforced that we have to make decisions for our community for the future, not just for now, but for the future. We need to take into consideration the feedback that we get from consultation, but sometimes we have to go against what is presented in the feedback. And I take into account that the numbers, and I'm not going to repeat all the numbers because I think there's been, they've been spoken on enough tonight. So I'm mindful that I think we are all aware of the community involvement and the percentages, but there is a large percentage of the population that did not engage in this process, and we do have to take that into account. And I'm taking that into account tonight. But another item that was also highlighted in discussions with me is rural. They want to stay rural. Well, I'm from a farming background, so I totally get that. I totally understand it. I live on a rural property now. But we can still maintain the ruralness of our local government with this proposal. And I'd just like to highlight some of the other regional cities in the state, the City of Albany, the City of Busselton, Greater Geraldton, Karratha, and the Kalgoorlie-Boulder cities all have rural areas. Kalgoorlie-Boulder goes right out to the state boundary. So, you can still be represented with your ruralness in having city status. It does not take that away. Now, we can't guarantee any grant funding, and it could be argued that grant funding is getting more politically aligned. But we need to maintain a strong voice. We need to be able to advocate really strongly for our needs and our wants. And I believe that having a city status, we will be able to do that. At the moment, we go to meetings across the southwest, even to Perth, and we're just a shire, and everybody associates us with Bunbury. Well, you know, I don't have anything against the city of Bunbury, but I think we're big enough, we are definitely big enough, we've got the population, we're a bigger area than them. So we should be going for city status. We are only applying for what we are able to apply for due to the legislation. So I'm not going to go on. I totally congratulate all the councillors for the research that they've done tonight in their responses. We've all put a lot of effort into this. The community have put a lot of effort into their deputations, so I'm going to keep it short. But I think there's one question that nobody has raised tonight. If we don't address this now, it will come back. It will cost more to address it in the future. So that is another reason why I will be voting to support the proposal tonight, because I don't want it to come back. I don't want to spend more ratepayers' funding on more community engagement down the track, or when we can make the decision tonight. I want us to make the decision and move on and start advocating for what we really need. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Dickinson. A speaker against, Councillor Holly.
Thank you, Madam President. Yeah, look, mine's pretty brief, and yeah, I'm going to open with I'm very disappointed, to say the least, in this. I thank the attendees and their passion for tonight, and I hope this outcome gives you the voting that we all positively want. I reiterate others today, but I would still like to express the voters, because I don't think we've listened and heard the results as good as we should have. As a person who struggles with reading and writing correspondence, I talk to a lot of people to get my information, and I've been told a fair bit, and some I can't even bring here, about this matter. I will speak mainly from the heart and not with figures, such as my fellow councillors. We need to remember that before this decision is looked at or made, yes, it was 69% versus 21%, always, and the Harvey Shire should be the first to go against this formula. And why would we, as the Shire of Harvey, go against this formula where it's never happened before? We have had more passion today, we have had even more passion today for Harvey to stay as Harvey, and I thank all of you for your passion again. Not listening to voters, that's what we're doing. Shall I bring anything to council from here on in for a ratepayer that asked me to do? If we're not going to listen, or even if we go to a vote and it gets heard, or does it mean I should resign now as a councillor if I'm not going to make a difference for my voters? If we have a lesser stature person in the Shire that wants to be a councillor and doesn't get the votes, do we still put him in? Because that's what we're doing here. This is the same situation that we are to do here, or somewhat too. Voters against, I'm not sure whether you've heard this or not, but it's 69 to 21% in this survey that was taken by. It is now the time to grow, or can we not handle the current population? Because we can't handle the current population because of the lack of housing and, in my belief, services to go with it. Why do we need to be a city, really? From the advertise I have received from some associates in other shires throughout the state, we may not receive real bonuses anyway. We can't compare us like the Karratha, the Albany, the Geraldton, the Kalgoorlie, etc., because they all have a large industry to go with it, albeit we do have Alcoa close by. Older families in the regions mostly are against such as the dairymen, the farmers, the meat workers, the industrial workers and the manufacturers that I have spoken to. I think a new Shire residents coming in from another country would not know what is going on or give two hoots whether it's a city or a Shire, so let's leave it as it is. It proves that the older nationalities don't even like it, that are currently here. A name change is another thing, and why would you look into this really, when we don't listen to our voters so no need to do it if they even want it. I'm worried on rates and other services going up. And why can't we be unique with a big Harvey Shire? People know us as a Harvey Shire. We can have 40,000 people. It's not going to make a lot of difference from what I've heard. And, you know, it'll give us great exposure as the Harvey Shire. It's, you know, we're still going to be that. So I can definitely give everyone my word that I will be voting against this, and I would like to think most people would.
Thank you, Councillor Holly. Do I have a speaker for? Councillor Bromham.
Thank you, through the chair. Look, when I was elected, and people have been quoting this a fair bit, is I was elected, and what I said to people that I would work on facts and science. That's what sways me in relation to these things. And I did take into account your comment earlier on a business case in relation to this process moving forward. Therefore, but when I look at the information provided by people during the survey, what I like to do is read the information, and then I split and weigh the comments made up. They were, and whether they be for or against didn't really matter. I just wanted to weigh them up and categorise them. I categorised them in the following way. I looked at someone who was informed. They'd obviously read the correct information, they'd gone and seen that, and then they made a decision on what they wanted to say. There was a motive but informed, that is someone who's passionate about something, but at the same time is obviously informed in what they're saying. Then I looked at motive but not informed. So they were people who were saying, I don't want to live in a city. That's nothing to do with the process here, which is actually supposed to be done on planning grounds because we're looking to the future. And that's what we should be doing, because if we don't look to the future, someone's going to look there for us. And then I looked at people who didn't live in the Shire, and I just discarded them because unless they were a ratepayer, because at the end of the day, they don't have any say. There was someone from New South Wales, and I thought, well, why would they want to stay on what I'm doing in the Shire of Harvey? All right? So once I'd done that, and weighted the people, now I weighted the people, those comments differently. So it comes out a little bit different from the 69% that has been quoted, okay? It reduces that, but because of the quality of the information provided. So I weighted answers differently. Now, last week, a staff member said, and I quote, all opinions matter equally. And we've heard that said today. And that is a very politically correct statement. I'm a man, and I would not dare tell people the amount of pain a woman felt during childbirth, or the physical and mutual turmoil the woman feels during menopause, although I might understand its effects. Okay, so not all opinions count the same. Knowledge is important, and people have got to understand that. And when you put forward an argument in relation to whatever it is, and I've talked to 6233 about this on the phone, you know, let's make what we do factual. Very important. Okay, although I might understand the effects, yeah, not all people have the same knowledge, and therefore their opinions is weighted against that knowledge. That's the way I approach those things in a survey. To carry on, I also consider the age of persons and comments made to me by the public in face-to-face. One person stating she was against the city status while her husband was for it. And two persons saying they were against city status until they realised the benefits and changed their minds at a BFAC meeting, which is with two firefighters. Now, the importance, this is a strategic change to benefit all who live in the Shire of Harvey. It is for the future of our young people, not for me or those of my demographic. It is so we have a say in what is happening going forward. I want the young people to have a great place to live in. Whether I like it or not at the moment doesn't really matter. It's about what is happening in the future. In another 10 or 30 years, I won't be here, you know, but we should be prepared for that so that it is constructive in the way we're moving forward. So I looked at the importance, and the financial importance must also be considered. The report provided shows that there is little initial cost, all right, because you can amortise this over time, over several years. It also shows that the negative and positive impacts are small. So there's not much difference other than the fact you're going to be called a city. What it does not show is the importance of a space at the table when representing our community with both federal and state government, when discussing funding for a plethora of projects and maintenance issues. These are just not comments made by me. I have the proof to show you. Now, this was held up earlier by Councillor Carboni, but it's worth a look, because whenever the City of Bunbury gets something, it quotes all our population to get the money. That's what it does. But it's not only ours, it's also Eton and Dardanup as well. You know, they put all those people in there. Now, that's how they get the funding. Now, I'm not against the City of Bunbury, by the way, but I don't feel that it would be the people that live in Australind would really want to become part of the City of Bunbury. I mean, you become part of a city anyway. Maybe 6233 disagrees with me. But I know a lot of people I know in Australind would disagree with you.
Councillor Carboni, thank you. Councillor Carboni. Councillor Bromham, you're actually talking to the councillors around the table, not 6233, please.
Sorry. Yeah, just a comment made, that's all. All right, so I was talking to the Minister, the Honourable Stephen Dawson, who assisted in the allocation of funds during this event. He admitted that he did not realise Australind and Kemerton were in the Shire of Harvey. He thought they were the part of Bunbury. And he used the numbers for other local government areas in their using numbers in arguments. This is an important consideration in city status. It shows those making decisions have little knowledge of our Shire area and the number of voters they are dealing with. And let's face it, they were worried about voters if they're a politician at state and federal level, or maybe even at local government level. City status tells them that there are many people living here. Okay, and on the survey, I was not surprised that the survey results generally people do not like change. They feel secure in the present, but like death, taxes and change, as my colleague said earlier, it's coming for us all whether you like it or not. The difference is we sometimes have that chance to direct change. City status is a name only. We can only be a shire, a local government area, or a city. So what does it mean politically for the Shire of Harvey, and more importantly, those that live here? First, I see the name and the city as two separate things. My consideration is only for the future. My concerns are for the future of our Shire with its present boundaries and the impact that forced change may have. The Minister for Local Government continues to push for amalgamation, and it is, for instance, the Shire of Harvey lost Australind and other assets to the south, to the City of Bunbury. It would leave the rest of the Shire with infrastructure it could not maintain. I think that'd be a sad thing to just desert all the towns that were part of the City of Shire, the Shire of Harvey, and leave them on their own. We have difficulty as it is given the results of COVID-19 and the war in the Middle East, things that we do not control that result in rising costs in everything the Shire does. And I imagine you'd see that in your own homes as well. We live in a great location, and that will not change no matter the status of city. It will provide us with a greater leverage to direct change, and ministers, both federal and state, will know a great number of people live here, even if they do not know the area well. They know we have a decent population and voting. These have been mentioned before, but Rockham and Mandurah and Busselton all have grown from coastal shires to their present size as cities. change is inevitable, and how we direct it is crucial to some of the values expressed in the survey. In fact, a lot of the people have asked for things that we can't simply afford as we are at the moment. And so I think if we're going to afford those things that you people have expressed that you want, there is a real need for change. And that change is to be recognised by politicians further up the chain than us as being important, as being someone to listen to. Therefore, I support the Shire of Harvey moving to city status. If for no other reason, to flag to those in power that we are not we're not backward. We are not just a little local government area, that we are not a small population to be forgotten, and that we are a great place to live, work and play that they need to reckon with. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bromham. Do I have a speaker against? A speaker for? Do you wish to speak, Councillor Hitchcock? Okay. Best I speak then. Thank you. I speak today in support of the officer's recommendation, part 1. So firstly, I thank the residents and ratepayers that participated in the consultation process. I acknowledge the results, and they've been spoken about a lot this afternoon. And of course, they demonstrated, and we've acknowledged, that a significant portion of the respondents did not support the transition to city status. Community sentiment must always be respected, as it does form part of our decision-making process. However, I believe that the outcomes of the consultation can at times reflect uncertainty rather than an informed opposition. Now, I wasn't intending to focus on the consultation process because I think we've fairly well covered that, other than to note that where misinformation or incomplete information can shape the public opinion or perception. And I'll give you an example on a community social page where I must say most of the uninformed commentary occurred, and that is fine, that's democracy at work, that there were statements such as, people were too scared to write their name on the survey because they have a business which would be affected. Or others were afraid their building approval would not come through or affect their forthcoming plans that needed approval by the Shire. It is fanciful, councillors, that a person's planning application or business would be unfavourably impacted purely by participating in a survey, that their participation is their democratic right. And I provide such examples of where I believe community perception or opinion may have been shaped or influenced somewhat throughout the process. So as you know, I attended all 7 of the community drop-in sessions where there was certainly a broad range of issues raised by participants. And we know about the number of letters that were sent to residents and ratepayers. There were radio interviews. Information was provided through our own media forms. Online surveys and hard copy of the surveys were available at a number of locations, including businesses. Residences were always encouraged to participate. So I am not sure what we could have done in order to increase the participation rate, other than expending considerably more funds to engage an external agency to run the entire consultation process. So, councillors, this is where leadership on our behalf requires us to carefully separate the fear from fact, where misinformation and complete information may have shaped the public opinion or perception, and to consider the long-term interests of our local government area and the future it holds. The transition from Shire to city status is fundamentally a recognition of the growth, maturity, the economic significance and regional role that our communities already play. It is primarily a change in designation, not a change that automatically alters our rates, planning controls, or more importantly, the character of our local government area and our lifestyles. It doesn't affect the council sitting fees or that staff will be paid more. Becoming a city does not mean abandoning our heritage, losing our rural areas, or our community values that are held strongly by all. Now, I wasn't going to touch on the Bunbury Geograph Sub-Regional Planning Strategy, but because it was raised, I will. Just to enlighten councillors that this strategy identifies the Bunbury metropolitan area. This is an area that extends across the city of Bunbury and into the neighbouring localities of the shires of Capel, Dardanup and Harvey. This strategy does not have a clear, legally defined boundary. However, its extent can generally be understood as Australind in the north to Dalyellup and Jallorup in the south, with alignments of the Forest Highway and the Wilman-Wadandi Highway forming the outer boundary. I do understand the intent of the Bunbury Geograph Sub-Regional Planning Strategy and that in the strategy identifying the Bunbury metropolitan area, which is very Bunbury-centric as a driving force for development within our region. However, I am also cautious of the real and present conversations being had around amalgamation. And I ask you all, councillors, to reflect on how well our rural communities and our smaller towns would benefit should amalgamation or boundary changes proceed. This would be cause for much greater change than that of transitioning to a city. Amalgamation could see the Shire itself cease to exist, with many services being centralised into this Bunbury metropolitan area. A city status could strengthen our position and provide greater leverage against any future amalgamation pressures or border changes. So the Shire of Harvey as a local government area meets all the criteria, as we've discussed, to be reclassified as a city, exceeding the population requirement by more than 10,000 people, and with most of the population residing in our urban area. And there is also considerable growth forecasted for our local government area, with developments of East Treendale, South Treendale and Binningup coming online. With that growth comes greater complexity in our planning, increasing demands on our infrastructure, service delivery, economic development needs and community wants and expectations. Many of the issues we are facing today, such as housing demands, increased commercial activity and involving community expectations, are consistent with what many established cities have already navigated. If transitioning to a city status enables us to be considered for future funding, whether at state or federal levels, and I understand that the information provided from other local government areas that have transitioned to city status is purely anecdotal, then why would we not pursue that? We constantly hear from the community they want better facilities, infrastructure and services. Why would we not consider this city status if that enables us to possibly access more funding opportunities? Now, my family and extended family have lived, and I've spoken about this before, they've lived, worked and volunteered in the Shire for 6 generations. So I'm fortunate to have grown up here and to have been able to raise our children and now our grandchild in this beautiful part of the world. We are truly blessed to be able to live here. I understand the sense of place and the sense of community, and that is one of the reasons why my husband served on council and now I serve on council. This decision, should it be approved by the Minister, we are only making a recommendation today. Should it be approved by the Minister, it will not change how our towns look, our rural lifestyle and our urban lifestyle. That will happen over time regardless, just as myself and my parents and my grandparents have witnessed and lived through the changes over time. The Shire has already undergone transitioning from the Brunswick Road Board in 1895 to the Harvey Road Board in 1909 and then renamed in 1961 to the Shire of Harvey. This progression wasn't just about a change in title, but rather represented the growth at the time and the evolving needs of the community. Council needs to be continually planning for the future, to be thinking strategically and to ensure the Shire of Harvey's best place to meet the needs and service delivery of a growing population. That is why the community, have placed you, councillors, in this position. As elected members, our role is not only to reflect community opinion, but also provide that informed leadership, strategic vision and governance for our future generations. And sometimes, councillors, this can be a difficult position to be in. So the recommendation before us today is about positioning our local government area appropriately for the future and for our future generations. It's not about changing who we are. That will continue to live through our communities, whether it be in the urban growth area of Australind, or in our rural town of Harvey, or in our coastal area of Binningup. It's not about changing the things we love about our region and the reason why we live, work and play here. So I ask Council, similar to what Councillor Dickens said, if not now, when do we do it? When will we be in a position to further progress this transition to city? Waiting until growth overtakes our capacity to plan, or if it's forced amalgamation or boundary changes that are in play? This is not responsible governance. We need to be proactive and prepare for the future and position ourselves strategically and consider our future generations. So before finishing, I'd also like to acknowledge the efforts of staff, in particular Mr Putland, who became the face of the transition of city status, and staff who recorded the responses to our survey, drafted the responses for the FAQs, put together the extensive report, and of course our media team. I also wish to thank councillors and staff that attended the 7 community meetings. So having said all of that, I support the officer's recommendation to proceed with an application for reclassification to city status for the Shire of Harvey. Thank you. Are there any other speakers for or against? A question, Councillor Coleman, yes.
In fact, 2, if I may. If we become city status, will that guarantee that we will not be amalgamated? Because my research suggests that there are other cities that have amalgamated in Western Australia. So I just want to clarify that if we become a city...
Mr Putland.
Through the President, no, there's no guarantee.
And with the overwhelming support of becoming a city is about getting more funding. So what happens if we don't? I mean, we are leading each other to believe and the community to believe that the overwhelming support for going to be city status is for greater funding. The research I've done suggests that that might not happen. So my question is, what happens if we don't get more funding and our whole argument's been based upon that premise?
I suggest, Councillor Coleman, that our whole argument that's been presented by councillors is not purely based on the proposition that we will get more funding. It's certainly a consideration, and councillors will put their weighting on that discussion around seeking more funding, but I would suggest that most of the conversations around the table have suggested that we may. It's not a definite, but it is a consideration. That maybe councillors have put their weighting against that particular component of the debate. Thank you. If there's no further debating, I'll get Councillor Carboni to his right of reply. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam President. I think you summed it up perfectly. I don't think I could have done it any better. I'd just thank all the speakers tonight, whether they're for or against, for putting their views and for the public to come out tonight.
Okay, councillors, we will now put the officer's recommendation 1 of 2 to the vote. I ask that you put your hands up nice and straight so that we can get the count. Those that support the officer's recommendation. Six. 1, 2, 3. Against? 3. Thank you, councillors. We will now move into officer's recommendation part 2 of 2.
I have an alternative, Madam President.
Thank you, councillor Carboni. Is there anyone that wants to leave the gallery at the moment? I'll just give them 5 seconds to... Okay, thank you. Councillor Carboni, I think I need a drink of water, that is. Councillor Carboni, you have a alternate recommendation for part 2. It's up on the screen. We'll just get that fixed up. Yeah. All right. Do I have a seconder for that? Councillor Bromham, thank you. Councillor Carboni.
Thanks, Madam President. As is the case now that the first motion's been passed, we now proceed to the naming of the locality and the due process that needs to take place. So I think it's only right and proper that we ask for written submissions, as was the case with the City of Busselton when they moved to a city, and then bring that back to Council for consideration.
Thank you. Councillor Bromham as the seconder.
Yeah, I just concur.
Question, Councillor Coleman.
Thank you. Given the lack of weight to the previous consultation results, should we not put a minimum percentage in here that we will accept as a decision on? Otherwise, we're just going to go around in circles like we did for this last debate. I mean, how much is the percentage that we're willing to accept from the community with consultation?
I would, CEO, are you able to provide some guidance around that? Or
No, we can't give any parameters in regards to that. Every public consultation process is unique and tailored particularly for the motions that have been presented. And so, as per Councillor Carboni's motion, it will go out as written in regards to the names that are proposed there in dot point 2.
Okay, do I have a speaker against the alternative motion? Councillor Coleman?
Only in that if we don't give some guidance to the community about the minimums, it's a waste of time and money. We're just going to do it again, exactly what we've just done. And I'd rather make sure that we have a definitive vote. So if we say to the community we need at least 20% or something, we're likely to get a vote. I just think to go out there after this exercise, I think, I can't see how we could support it doing the same thing again.
Yeah, that's not a question, it's a statement.
It's wait out, I'll speak, thank you. Councillor Coleman was debating, speaking against the alternate motion, so it's not a question, she's asked her question. Thank you, Councillor Coleman. Have you finished, Councillor Coleman?
Thanks.
Thank you. Any speaker for? Question, Councillor Hitchcock.
Is this a legislated requirement if we are to become a city? Oh, we are, but is this a requirement to go out to public comment for the naming?
Councillor Putland, gosh, it's been a long day. Mr Putland, thank you.
Yeah, through the President. Yeah, if there is a name change, if there is a name proposed, anything other than the City of Harvey, then the other requirements for renaming do apply. So we would have to go to the Local Government Advisory Board. They require 6-week consultation period and for the results of that consultation to be submitted to the board for their consideration. They then prepare a report to the Minister in respect to the preferred name for the new district or the renamed district.
Speaker 4. Question, councillor Dickinson. Thank you.
So just to clarify, Mr Putland, it won't be council that possibly make the ultimate decision on the name.
Mr Putland?
Through the President. The Local Government Advisory Board can select a new name if they choose, but they would have to give good reasons. If the Shire, generally, when a local government proposes a new name, the Local Government Advisory Board, if it's based on consultation, then Local Government Advisory Board is more likely to accept that name. They would have to have sound reasons for not doing so.
Do I have a speaker for? Councillor McCarthy?
As part of the survey conducted for the city status investigation, respondents were asked to propose a name for the city if the proposed change to city status occurred. Some respondents did provide names for councillors to consider, and these were provided in the reports, and we should make a decision based on the information provided in the survey responses. Initially, I was not in favour of going out to community consultation again for the name of the city if it got voted in, as these were requested in the city status survey already. However, I now understand that it's legislated requirement to consult with our community again for the name of the city now that the decision to become a city has been made.
Correction, it's not a decision to become a city, it's a recommendation.
Recommendation.
Just want to clarify that.
Thank you. I feel that a hyphenated name, such as City of Australind Harvey, better reflects the population and dynamics of our local government area than the City of Harvey does. Incorporating both of these words in the city name also means that there is not the same confusion surrounding the Harvey town site or the Australind town site with the name of the city, which were evident confusion points in discussions regarding city status and the Harvey town site. Harvey town site is not a densely population area, and the community wish to retain that amenity, and the town does not reflect a city. Although Australind area is the main urban area of the local government area, I feel that once again there will be confusion between the Australind town and being known as the City of Australind. The name City of Australind demonstrates where the urban growth of our local government is by having the name Australind first, and it's where 2/3 of the population is that has made the Shire eligible for city status, not the Harvey town area. However, I feel that including the name Harvey in the city's name incorporates the historical name of the local government area that was the Shire of Harvey. The name City of Australind Harvey also reflects the vast demographical area that is our local government area, from the southwest corner to almost the northeast corner of our local government area. The name City of Australind Harvey also reflects 3 of the popular choices that the survey respondents provided there. Therefore, I would encourage the council to seek community feedback on the top 5 responses that were already given in the survey, those ones that are provided up there, and without seeking further naming choices, and also encourage community members to provide a response from those top 5 naming choices.
Do I have a speaker against? Thank you, Councillor McCarthy. Speaker against, Councillor Holly.
This really worries me because I reckon it could end up in riots, and I mean that from the heart. I think that the Harvey or the City of Harvey is the way to go, because as we've heard, the vote was 70 to 30, say. And I just feel, we're going to lose everything of Harvey. I don't care what anyone says. If we go to the City of Australind or Australind Harvey or Leschenault or whatever, we are going to lose Harvey, full stop. I'll guarantee you the next thing is the Harvey Shire will leave these offices and go down there, and I have no doubt about that. We'll pay our rates or wherever in a little small office here, and I mean that, but why aren't we going to listen to 68%? It's so wrong, and I would swear if I could, but we're Harvey people, we're the Harvey Shire at the moment. Surely we can keep our name as Harvey. It's just ridiculous that we don't listen to anyone.
Okay,
it's...
I hear your frustration, Councillor Holly. Have you got anything further to say?
No, we don't listen to people, so I'm not interested, to be honest. I'm really not interested.
Thank you. Okay, as a speaker for, I will speak for this alternate, although I will foreshadow the officer's recommendation should this one fall through. I think it's a it's a legislative requirement that if we don't agree with the City of Harvey name, that we need to go out and seek community consultation around names. So I do support this, but we'll foreshadow the officer's recommendation should this one lapse or not get up. Great term. Okay, any other speakers against? For? Councillor Carboni, thank you.
Oh, look, Madam President, I think obviously this will be ultimately a decision that will come back to council. Don't just need to get worked up just yet, Tiny.
No, Craig, that's bullshit.
No,
Point of order.
that is...
You went mad at Laurie. I'm sorry, Madam Chair, this is where it's wrong.
Councillor Holly, please, thank
Well,
you. No,
it was a point of order.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Morley.
I suspect everyone's not going to get what they want, Madam President, but it's going out for written submissions. We all come from different parts of the Shire, but the idea is to get a consensus position here, and ultimately we'll make that decision here when it comes back.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Carboni. Let's put this one to the vote. This is the alternate motion that's up on the screen. Councillors, those for? 6 against, 3. The alternate motion is carried. Thank you very much, councillors. Did anyone wish to leave, or you're welcome to stay longer? Thank you. I'll give you 5 minutes or a couple of minutes to extract yourselves from the gallery, and we'll move on with the rest of the agenda. Thank you. Okay, thank you, councillors. It's been a long meeting already. We will move into item 12.1.2, which is the appointment of the Audit, Risk and Improvement Committee independent presiding and deputy members. This requires an absolute majority. Do I have a mover, please? Councillor Bromham, thank you. A seconder? Councillor Dickinson, thank you. Is there likely to be any debate around this one, councillors? Requiring an absolute majority. If not, I shall put this one to the vote. All those in favour? Carried 9-0. Thank you. 12.1.4, which is the Behaviour Complaints Committee, update to authority, terms of reference and appointments. We require an absolute majority, and there are a number of officers' recommendations, so we will work through each one. Do I have a mover for the officers' recommendation 1 of 4? Councillor Dickinson, thank you. A seconder? Councillor McCarthy. Any discussion, councillors, around this one? Councillor Coleman, thank you. Are you speaking against it, Councillor Coleman?
Yes.
Okay, I'll go to Councillor Dickinson to speak for it. Thank you.
I have nothing to say at the moment, thanks.
Councillor McCarthy? No. Councillor Coleman, thank you.
Look, I speak against this motion for a number of reasons. I don't believe council's had the time or notification to work through such an important terms of reference. Council hasn't agreed on appointing an independent assessor, who by very nature is bound to charge us from the minute they're contracted about a complaint or a breach. Point 5.5 says the assessor may collect evidence, form assessments and provide recommendations, blah, blah, blah. 5.6 says these terms of reference do not provide the authorised independent assessor to make binding findings as to whether a complaint is substantiated. The authorised independent assessor is to only form assessments and recommendations to assist the Behavioural Complaints Committee. 5.7, the Behavioural Complaints Committee doesn't have to accept those recommendations. That's fine. Where a complaint is substantiated, The authorised independent assessor's role thereafter is to prepare a plan to address the elected member's behaviour, consult with the elected member and implement the plan. 5.9 says the assessor may not enact any decisions or deliver outcomes, behavioural plans or discuss the contents of complaints outside of the behavioural complaints officer and the committee and the council. So they are contradictory. One minute we're saying they can enact plans, the next minute we're going, no, they can't. 6.1 says, in accordance with the Local Government Act and the Standing Orders Local Law 2017, well, my understanding is that those local laws are coming to us within the next 2 months to change, so it won't be Local Standing Orders 2017 for that. The 7.1 says that that the Behavioural Complaints Committee is authorised by Council to form the functions with the exception of the following functions. Prepare a plan. Part of is to consult with the person who the complaint relates. And C, implement the plan. 7.3, the authorised independent assessor is authorised by Council to prepare a plan, consult with the person and implement the plan. 1 minute we're saying they're not allowed to do that, very clearly. The next paragraph says, yeah, they are. So I think this needs to be workshopped. So for me, there are too many inconsistencies within this report and recommendations to be able to agree to such an important procedural topic. This is really important when it comes to any potential breaches. We must get this right in order to have objective discussions, findings and outcomes moving forward. Therefore, I vote against this proposal and suggest staff redraft and bring it back to Council via a concept forum for further discussion. It's all over the place, to be honest.
So are you foreshadowing a alternate to lay this or to bring this back, or just...
We can do it.
I'm
can
just
do if
asking
you wish,
because
but
you've raised some issues there, so I'm
well,
just
yeah,
asking
there's a lot of inconsistencies, and if we accept this, we're saying on this hand the assessor can, this hand he can't, this hand the council committee can, this hand the council committee can't. So either we lay it on the table and bring it back, or we can move an amendment to bring it back to a council forum. I'm not sure what the answer is, but I'm voting against it because it's just not right.
Okay, CEO, do you have any comment? Ms Williams?
And through the Shire President, it's a shame I wasn't alerted to these inconsistencies before right now. However, all of the documents were reviewed by our external legal party, and that advice was also provided to Council in the confidential attachment. Our legal advisor at McLeod's also reviewed the terms of reference, the policy and the reports that came before Council. So I would need to seek further legal advice in relation to those amendments. But critically, there are behavioural complaints in the wind and waiting for this process to be adopted so that we can finalise them. As I said, if I'd received feedback on the terms of reference and policy earlier, I might have been able to provide an amendment if there was any clarification issues, but I didn't. I guess wanting to say as well that if we do hold this up even further, it does push the other behavioural complaints back.
Yes.
Sorry, Madam President, just to address that. I mean, we had well over 600 pages to study within about 3 days to get this in front of governance, and I understand what you're saying, Ms Williams, but, you know, we don't always have that time to sit down and read so many pages and formulate replies on such important and in-depth documents as we've had for tonight in that time span. So perhaps if we'd had a little bit less on the agenda, I could have got it through to you sooner.
Yeah, noted. I'll just seek some guidance on a way forward for this one. Thank you. Just bear with me, councillors. Okay. Ms Williams has some further guidance. Over to you.
Thank you, and I'll just, perhaps it would be best if the Councillor Coleman alerted me to specifically the line of inconsistency so I could talk to them individually.
Sure, okay. So first of all, we hadn't agreed on appointing an independent assessor. There was nothing that came to council to say we'll appoint an independent assessor. It just appeared in these documents.
Yep, I can talk to that. So the issue with the new reform requirement and the complexities that arose out of the reform requirement was in relation to how the council or committee or whoever is authorised to handle the complaint deals with the consultation and the behavioural plan after council. So within the advice, it noted that without authorising an independent person to do that consultation, a complaint would need to come back to council a number of times to deal with the behaviour management plan. The new legislation allows for, however, council to authorise an independent person to undertake any of those functions of the code. And that's a departure from what we had previously, which was a delegation. So when we adopted the code, those provisions became in effect and allowed for council to make a decision, as I'm asking today, to appoint an independent person in relation to that. I went out for in a procurement process for independent assessors and used the Walga supplier panel to look at assessors that have undertaken complaints for other councils, and the confidential attachment, which I won't speak to the name, it's commercial in confidence, provided a quote to undertake that function. As stated in the legal advice provided by McLeod's, it probably was unintended that the authorisation component would have such an effect on the way that council makes decisions in relation to behavioural complaints, but essentially that toing and froing and having to bring it back to council a number of times is quite impractical. So while council hadn't discussed previously an independent assessor, other than the independent assessor which was in the previous policy, the model code allowed for officers to bring that recommendation to council.
So 5.6 says these terms of reference do not provide the authorised independent assessor to make binding findings as to whether a complaint is substantiated. They can only form assessments and recommendations to assist the Behavioural Complaints Committee. The committee may adopt the assessment and recommendations but is not obliged to do so. The committee is ultimately required to exercise its own judgment on whether the complaint is substantiated. So it's purely recommendations. 5.8, where a complaint is substantiated and the committee does not consider that no further action should be taken, so that, action needs to be taken, it shall be part of the authorised independent assessor's role to thereafter prepare a plan, blah, 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 consult with the elected member, blah, 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 implement the plan. 5.9, the assessor may not enact any decisions or deliver outcomes, behavioural plans, or discuss the contents of the complaints outside of the elected behavioural complaints officer, the committee, or the council. So they can't actually address it with the person.
Yep, so I can answer that. So that's referring to the fact that they can't decide to implement a behavioural plan on their own assessment. So they require a decision from the committee who's authorised to make that decision before they can consult with the councillor in the management and creation of that plan.
That's not what it says.
I disagree.
Okay. Do you want to foreshadow, or you just an alternate, or so we can progress, or you've spoken against it, Councillor Coleman?
I guess if I was going to foreshadow a motion, I would say that this proposal comes back to council for further discussion at the concept forum.
Okay. Thank you. Any speaker for? Speaker against? Councillor Dickinson, did you want to?
Thank you. And while I commend Councillor Coleman for bringing those items to the attention, after having been involved in the previous format of the behaviour complaints process, I actually had the understanding, and I didn't have any issues with what was presented, and I did read it, and I thought that due to the legal advice that had been presented, it was okay to be adopted today. So therefore I am endorsing the officer's recommendation.
Okay, thank you. All right, that's councillors. We'll put officer's recommendation 1 of 4 that requires absolute majority to the vote. All those in favour? 1, 2, 3. What's that? 5 against. 1, 2, 4. Okay, that is that absolute? Yes, that's passed. Thank you. Move on to officer's recommendation 2 of 4. Requires absolute majority. Again, do I have a mover for this one? Thank you, councillors. Councillor Dickinson, seconded Councillor McCarthy. Any discussion, Councillor Dickinson?
No, I would just like to reiterate what I previously said, and I mean, you know, it's unfortunate that council does get put into the position that we may occasionally have to have a behaviour complaints committee. I would hope that it is very rare occurrence, and you know, we're complying with legislation, so there's not a lot else that really can be said on the matter, I don't think.
Councillor McCarthy? No. I second it. Any debate? Councillor Holly, question?
Just a question, if we may.
Yes.
None of these can be handled in-house. Is it legislation that we have to do it with an outside person? We can't do it from our own sources?
Ms Williams?
Through the chair, I believe that was covered in the legal advice, but there's a specific function of the model code that prevents an officer or councillor, I believe, from doing part of the process. So, or being on the committee, I presume. So I'd have to take the rest of that on notice, but it would be incredibly difficult for officers to invest the conduct of councillors, or even practically for the behavioural complaints committee to undertake that investigation when the council has no ability to use the administration's functions for that purpose. So they would be, in essence, an independent investigator, and that would be quite difficult. Yeah.
Now we've got a mover, Councillor Dickinson, seconded Councillor McCarthy. Any speak against, Councillor Carboni?
Well, I'd like to speak against the whole process if I can here, given that it's a public forum and someone who's been through the behaviour complaints committee. And I guess my problem with the whole thing is that anyone can put a complaint in with no fee to deter any frivolous complaints. Now, on contentious issues, groups of people can get together and complain complaints or deter or silence councillors from speaking out. And we saw how they collude tonight, for example. Then we've got to go to get this independent consultant, and there's a cost to council. There's a huge cost to council, especially if we've got to get legal advice, which was the case just recently. So there's no way that the council can recoup that cost. Probably the one that really distresses me the most is councillors are presumed guilty until you prove your innocence. And in my case, I got 60 questions for each complaint. 60 questions I had to sit down and go through, which took me a week to go through. I've got to prove my innocence over someone's frivolous complaints. Then councillors then make, after the independent assessor's report comes back, councillors in your own council make a determination against you. It's like a kangaroo court. How the hell does that promote harmony amongst councillors when you've got councillors making decisions on other councillors in the chamber? Not only that, some councillors know the complainant. No, because we're from the community, they know the people from the community. Now, it was never used to be, this never used to happen like this. It used to be dealt with out of Welga. So, and in my case, my remarks that were so offensive and that I have to, go and do training for or whatever, so offensive, they're still up on the Shire's YouTube channel. And in fact, it's law, it's got to be up on the YouTube channel. So it's so offensive, anyone can still go and see it because it's that offensive. And the worst thing is that any councillor has no right of appeal. So I think the whole process is wrong, and Welga should have a really good look at this and come up with some better idea, because I don't see it promotes harmony.
Thank you, councillor. Not that that's got a lot to do with this particular part of it, but that's okay. You've got it off your chest. That's fine. So a speaker for, speaker against. Councillor Dickinson, anything further to add?
This is just an issue of dealing with what we have to do with legislation that has been adopted. So it's having the due process in order to do that. It's not about what's right or wrong, whether we agree with it or not. It's what we have to do because it's what the legislation says. It's having the process and the policies in place in order to be compliant.
Thank you. Require absolute majority. We'll put this one to the vote. All those in favour? What have I got? 6, 4. Those against, and 3 against. That's carried. Thank you. 6-3. Move on to the officer's recommendation 3 of 4. Do I have a mover for this one? Thank you, councillors. Councillor Bromham, thank you. A seconder? Councillor Dickinson. Councillor Bromham, you wish to speak?
I need to say I think it's good to have an independent voice in relation to this, who can look at it from outside council and has no vested interest in anyone.
Councillor Dickinson?
No, I just totally concur, and I think that an independent assessor is appropriate because they can assess it independently without any bias.
Any further debate around this one, councillors? Requires absolute majority. I'll put this one to the vote. All those in favour? Against? 6-3. Carried. Thank you. And officer's recommendation 4 of 4. Requires absolute majority. Do I have a mover for this one, please, councillors? Councillor Dickinson, thank you. A seconder, Councillor Bromham. Any discussion around this one, Councillor Dickinson? Councillor Coleman?
Just a question,
Yes.
Madam President. So as soon as we approve this, the delegations ceased. When do we elect the new ones?
Councillor Williams.
Okay. Thanks,
Ms. Williams.
Thank you through the Shire President. So as outlined in the report and the advice, the specific, I guess, nuance between the change in regulations is that we move from a delegation to the Behavioural Complaints Committee to the function of an authorisation. So while the authorisation reads in any other name like a delegation, the entire framework in which gives power to the committee has changed in the Model Code of Conduct to being an authorisation. So the delegation's removed from the delegation register and it's not replaced.
So just to follow up, we have to have 3 delegates and 3 deputies. At the moment, we don't have 3 deputies, do we? So when do we elect those?
Through the chair, I thought we were talking about the delegation, which is different to the delegates inside the Behavioural Complaints Committee. So they were already endorsed in October, aligned with the election, and that remains unchanged.
Clear, thank you. Any further debate, questions? I'll put this one to the vote. Absolute majority. All those in favour? Against? That's carried 6-3. Thank you, councillors. Move on to item 12.1.5. Noting, Councillor Coleman, you've pulled this one out, this question, I think. don't know why I've got that up there. Anyway, 12.1.5, Code of Conduct Behaviour Complaints Policy. We have an officer's recommendation here, just requires a simple majority. Do I have a mover for this question, Councillor McCarthy? Yes.
Sorry, just a quick one. On the actual attachment of the policy version 3 draft, in number 4, when it talks about the register, I note that the name of respondent is required, the complaint was made, the date, the nature. Nowhere does it ask for the complainant's name, and I just wondered, is that not a requirement to have, so that we've got some sort of terms of reference of whether same complainant or different complainants, any of that sort of stuff?
Ms Williams?
Through the chair, we aligned the policy with the applicable legislation under 596C, which doesn't include including the complainant's name. Yeah.
Looking for a mover for this one. Thanks, councillors. Councillor Dickinson, thank you. Seconder? Councillor Bromham. Any discussion or further questions, councillors? We'll put this one to the vote. All those in favour? Carried. Oh, sorry. Against? 3 against. Carried. 6-3. Thank you, councillors. Item Infrastructure Services 12.2.2 and Councillor Coleman has declared an impartiality interest on this one. Thank you, Councillor Coleman. Simple majority is required. We've got an officer's recommendation here. Do I have a mover for this one? Thank you, councillors. Councillor Coleman, thank you. A seconder, Councillor McCarthy. Councillor Coleman, did you have anything to add? Councillor McCarthy? No. Any debate? No. We'll put this one to the vote. All those in favour? Carried 9-0. Thank you, councillors. Corporate Services 12.4.3 requires an absolute majority. This is the proposed fees and charges for 2026 through to 2027. Do I have a mover for this? Councillor Carboni, thank you. A seconder? Councillor Holly, thank you, Councillor Holly. Councillor Carboni, you wish to speak? Councillor Holly? No. Any debate, councillors? Put this one to the vote. All those in favour? Carried 9-0. Thank you, councillors. Community lifestyle is... Oh, thank you, Sunil. I note that you've waited for that item to come forward. You may go home. Thank you, thank you. All right. Let's soldier on, team. Elected members, motion of which previous notice has been given. We have this one from Councillor Carboni. I'm assuming you're moving this one, Councillor Carboni. A seconder for this one. Thank you, councillors. Thank you. Councillor Carboni, you wish to speak to this one, please?
Just briefly, I'm wary of the time, Madam President. Obviously, we saw the impassioned plea by Mr Ferraro at the last, I think it was ordinary council meeting last month. Very passionate about keeping Wickham Road because of the ancestry there of the Wickham family dating right back. So, yeah, just a simple swapping of the names, Vivian Road over to Wickham Street, yeah.
Thank you. Councillor Morley is the seconder. Nothing. Any debate around this one, councillors? No. Councillor Holly?
Sorry, Madam President. I just think that this one is, it's quite passionate. At first, I think a lot of people thought it was to be named after Tony Ferraro himself. But he's passionate about Wickham Road, so I just think we should look at that.
Thank you. All righty. Councillors, let's put this one to the vote. All those in favour? Carried 9-0, and Mr Ferraro will be happy around that one. Notice of motion for the following meeting is nil. Thank you. Rip through that one. Reports of members. Are there any further reports from any of the councillors? No. New business of an urgent nature introduced by decision of meeting is nil. We had some items to deal with behind closed doors. Can I have a mover that we move behind closed doors? Councillor Bromham, seconder, Councillor Holly. Put that one to the vote. All those in favour? All those in favour? Carried 9-0. Thank you. Thank you, everybody. We are back on live streaming. I'd just like to report that decisions that were made behind closed doors, that council accepted the resignation of Ms Annie Reardon. Authorise the payment of all the accrued contractual and leave entitlements. We adopted the revised policy 1.3.4, the temporary employment or appointment of acting CEO. I have been authorised as the Shire President to commence undertaking preliminary inquiries and discussions with WELGA in relation to identifying persons regarding potential temporary CEO arrangements pending recruitment of our substantive CEO. Note that any formal appointment of an acting or temporary CEO will be subject to a separate council resolution. We have nominated the Manager Governance and Strategy, because she has not much else on her workplate, as the administrative representative to coordinate the governance and provide administrative support to the CEO recruitment process. Request the CEO or delegated administrative representative to coordinate CEO recruitment training. So hopefully most councillors will be available for that. It's very important. And note that further reports will be presented to Council regarding the establishment of our CEO Recruitment Committee, the adoption of the terms of reference, the engagement of the recruitment consultant and independent person, approval of the CEO position description and selection criteria, and commencement of the substantive CEO recruitment process in accordance with legislative requirements and CEO recruitment standards, and that was carried 9-0 behind closed doors. I therefore declare this meeting closed. I really do thank all councillors and staff for their robust discussions and participating in today's meeting. Thank you very much, and